Good morning, students. And today is the sixth and the last lecture on IND AS 115. So, students, we have covered this standard in 20 hours, right? So, today I have small concepts, but I have 4-5 concepts to discuss. So, first I'll discuss the concept. Then I will take some queries relating to the questions of participants or students. So, students, till now we have completed 4 steps completely. Identify the contract with the customer, determine the transaction, determine the performance obligation, determine the transaction price, and allocate the transaction price. Students, in the last class, which was yesterday, we have discussed that the transaction price needs to be allocated on the basis of standalone selling price of the goods and services. Okay, on the basis of the standalone selling price of the distinct goods and services, which is the performance obligation, right? If a contract has 5 performance obligation, in that case, we need to determine the standalone selling price of those 5 performance obligation, and the entire contract price we need to allocate to those performance obligation. Because when you are selling in a package, when you are selling multiple performance obligation in a package, probably the total of the individual sale price and the total of the package price, there might be difference between these two prices, and probably the package price is lesser than the aggregate of the individual sale price. It means the entity is offering a discount which is inherent in the package, and we need to compute that after allocating the discount, what is the price of each performance obligation in the entire package, right? So friends, that is why we need to determine the standalone selling price of the performance obligation, and then we need to allocate the transaction price into the performance obligation. This is what we discussed in the yesterday class. Now the question comes, how do we determine the standalone selling price of the different performance obligation? The question is quite simple. And how do we determine? The answer is, while determining product or performance obligation separately, right? So for those performance obligation, the standalone selling price is using a observable price. कि entity तो उसको अलग से भी बेचती है, तो you are aware that this price is a observable price. This price is the fair value since entity is selling it separately also. But what happens if you are not able to determine the observable price? There is no observable price. The entity does not sell on an individual basis separately. The entity always used to sell in the package or a combo. In that case, you have to estimate the standalone selling price. While estimating the standalone selling price, either you need to apply AMMA approach, which is nothing, adjusted market assessment approach, right? At what price, people are selling in the market, and then you need to adjust the price according to your scenario, right? In that case, it will come out as an adjusted market assessment approach price. Then there is an expected cost plus margin. Okay, you are aware about the cost. All these electronic companies, right? So just few months back, I had to install my air condition. I went to the electronic shop and I told that guy that I need a mechanic to install this air condition. That guy told that electronic shop, they told that yes, we are also giving installation service. Okay. I said, okay. But he told me that my mechanic is out of town and he will come tomorrow and then he will install. Right. His mechanic come to me. Okay. And his mechanic has installed the air condition in my premises, in my room. I asked, and that electronic shop had charged me 1,000 rupees. Then I asked his mechanic that what is your arrangement with the electronic shop? He told me that for every installation I am charging 700 rupees. That electronic shop is giving me 700 rupees for every installation. It means he is keeping a margin of close to 30%, right? He is keeping a margin of 30% because he is giving him 700 rupees and he had charged 1,000 rupees from me. It means whatever is the cost, he is keeping a margin of 30% roughly. Okay. So the second approach is expected cost plus margin approach. If you know the cost of the performance obligation, you will put your margin, that what is your entity's margin, then it will arrive at as a standalone selling price of that product. The last one is a residual approach. Okay. For example, of course, you are aware about the transaction price of a package, right? And you are also aware about the standalone price of the performance obligation. Okay. For example, out of 5 performance obligation, you know the price. In that case, you can apply a residual approach, and whatever amount is left means transaction price minus standalone selling price of the other performance obligation is equal to your price of the remaining performance obligation using the residual approach. Friends, yesterday we did the revision of the last classes in the first half an hour. Then we discussed this part, and yesterday we have also solved one illustration relating to non-cash consideration payable to a customer, and we have also done 2-3 illustration relating to the step number 4. Now, friends, we are moving to step number 5. Okay, the last step. And today, friends, we will discuss this step number 5. Then we will be discussing bill and hold arrangement. That is a special situation, how to recognize revenue in that situation. We will also talk about the contract cost, right? This standard also deals with the contract cost, right? While the name is revenue and the 99% coverage of this standard is on revenue, but this standard also provides guidance on few contract cost as well, right? So we'll talk about that part as well, right? So let's start the journey of today and the last class on IND AS 115 with step 4. Good morning, Dhanya. Good morning, Mamta, Niranjan, Nisha, Ginny, Pooja, Sumit, Usha. So good morning, everyone. And few students have joined virtually on YouTube or some other platform. So good morning, Rajat, Rahul, Rajesh. Good morning, everyone. Yes. So friends, now let's discuss. I hope my PPT is visible to everyone, right? Let's discuss step number 5. What is my step number 5? So in step number 1, we understood that yes, this is a contract with the customer. Yes, this is a contract with the customer. Then we have also identified performance obligation. This is a contract. This is a single contract. This contract has 5 performance obligation. These are the 5 different goods and services which is promised by the entity. Okay. Then we have also determined the transaction price. Sir, transaction price to question mein diya hota hai. So largely, when question will talk about the determination of transaction price, it is focusing more towards variable consideration, right? Fixed consideration to diya hi hota hai question. Okay. So transaction price includes fixed consideration plus variable consideration, and transaction price excludes money collected or consideration collected on behalf of third parties like GST, VAT, sales tax. Okay. So this is collected by the entity from the customer, but entity has to pay it to the government, right? So this GST, the entity is collecting from the customer on behalf of the government, because every time when entity is selling goods, government cannot come and collect the GST from the customer. Okay. So friends, transaction price includes fixed consideration plus variable consideration. Variable consideration, for example, bonus, incentive, penalties, okay, volume discount, reward points, discount voucher. So these are the variable consideration. The entity has to estimate variable consideration either by applying expected value method or by applying most likely approach. Correct? So the third step was determine the transaction price, and we have determined the transaction price also. We understood that The total transaction price is 1 crore rupees. Now, the question is, since there are multiple performance obligation, okay, so you have to compute the transaction price allocated to the multiple performance obligation, so that you will be able to aware what is my revenue, what is my measurement of revenue for each performance obligation. So then you have allocate the transaction price into the proportion or ratio of the standalone selling price of the performance obligation. वो भी आपने कर लिया. And if there was a variable consideration, and variable consideration pertaining to not all performance obligation, but out of 5, let's say only 2 performance obligation, in that case you have to allocate that variable consideration only to those performance obligation to which it relates. तो आपने allocation भी कर लिया, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट भी देख लिया कि कस्टमर के साथ है, नंबर ऑफ परफॉर्मेंस ऑब्लिगेशन भी आपने डिटरमिन कर ली, आपने ट्रांजैक्शन प्राइस भी डिटरमिन कर लिया, आपने एलोकेशन भी कर लिया. अब क्या करना है? नाउ यू नो व्हाट इज माय ट्रांजैक्शन प्राइस फॉर ईच परफॉर्मेंस ऑब्लिगेशन. आपने बड़े ट्रांजैक्शन प्राइस को एलोकेट कर दिया परफॉर्मेंस ऑब्लिगेशन में के ट्रांजैक्शन प्राइस. नाउ यू हैव transaction price for each performance obligation. Now what to do? Now the time has come to recognize your revenue in the books of accounts. To recognize your revenue in the books of accounts, right? आपने अभी तक मेजरमेंट की, अब आपको recognize भी तो करना है. How to recognize revenue in the books of accounts, right? So in the last 5 classes, in every class we are saying revenue will be recognized when performance obligations are satisfied. When performance obligations are satisfied. Yes or no? सुना सुना लग रहा है, सुना सुना लग रहा है? Is it something which is heard or is it something which is blank? Revenue is recognized when performance obligations are satisfied. Heard or blank? सुना सुना या सुना सुना? सुना सुना, right? Okay. So revenue is recognized when performance obligations are satisfied. Friends, if you compare this IND AS 115 CA final revenue standard with CA inter revenue standard, CA inter में कौन सा revenue standard था? It was AS 9, accounting standard 9. If you compare both this standard, you will find this standard is more customer centric. Yes or no? This standard is more customer centric because the entity recognize revenue from the customer. This standard is more customer centric, means this standard talks about the utility of the goods and services which the entity is providing to the customer. This standard talks about that the performance obligation will be satisfied when the entity is able to use the customer is able to consume the benefits, right? The customer is able to consume the benefits. You remember when we were determining the performance obligation, we have read the concept that performance obligation are separate if the goods and services are distinct. You remember that statement? And what is meant by goods and services are distinct? Goods and services are considered as a distinct if the customer is able to use at their own or with the help of the readily available resources. You remember that part? And we have understood if a company is selling air condition and also providing installation service, right? The entity has sold air condition but does not provide the installation. So customer has purchased the air condition, but the entity has not provided the installation service as of now. So even though in this case, the customer will be able to install the air condition at his own, or the customer will call the mechanic from the market, engineer from the market, and the customer will get it installed because it does not require any significant integration, customization, modification, right? So the customer can get it installed by the help of some other mechanic, right? So I have never used company's mechanic to install air condition in my rooms, in my house. Why? Because fortunately, unfortunately, I have always purchased air condition in the peak summer season, right? So at that point of a time, these showrooms or electronic shops, they have a lot of waiting, right? So they were sent, or these companies were sending the mechanic for installation after 5 days, after 7 days, after 6 days. So to cut a long story short, if the customer is able to use that product at his own or with the help of readily available resources, in that case, it will be considered that this installation service is separate and AC is separate. So entity पहले customer को देख रही, customer क्या अपने आप यूज कर पाएगा या मार्केट में रिसोर्सेस अवेलेबल है? अगर आंसर यस है तो entity जब एयर कंडीशन बेचा, the entity can recognize the revenue to the extent of air condition, right? Because the entity is considering this as a separate performance obligation. The customer sold laptop. The customer sold laptop. The customer purchased laptop, right? Instead of sending the complete laptop, the entity has sent the parts of the laptop to the customer. And entity has to send a mechanic to assemble those parts. In this case, whether this is a separate performance obligation or this is a single performance obligation, the customer has demanded the laptop, not unassembled parts, right? So assembling and delivering the parts, these are not two separate performance obligations. This is a single performance obligation. The entity will recognize revenue when the unassembled parts will get assembled as a laptop. When the customer will get a laptop, assembled laptop for the use, then only entity will recognize the revenue. Okay. Okay. Is that clear? Because from the context of the contract, this assembling will need a significant degree of interdependency or integration, right? And hence, the customer will wait for the companies or that shop's mechanic or engineer to get it assembled. Is that clear, friends? So it means this standard is looking at that whatever the entity is supplying, whether it is in the benefit of the customer or not, right? So this standard is highly customer centric standard. Okay. If the entity is selling goods on a return basis, so entity is again expecting how many customers will come and return the product. Okay. So entity will apply the estimation method. And for example, out of 100% sale, 20% sale will get returned. So entity will not recognize the revenue to the extent of 20%. Okay. Right. So friends, we talked about so many aspects while determining the performance obligation. And so far we understood that revenue is going to be recognized when the performance obligations are satisfied. Okay. Second, have we heard about this concept that revenue is going to be recognized at a point in time or over a period of time? In my last 5 classes, I have told you so many times, I have, told this statement so many times, revenue has been recognized at a point in time, over a period of time. And in my helicopter view example, I have also talked about that revenue has to be recognized at a point in time or over a period of time. For example, for air condition, stabilizer and installation, the revenue has to be recognized at a point in time. But for the maintenance service, for example, the company has sold the air condition with service for 2 years. In that case, revenue has to be recognized for over a period of time, right? Clear? Okay. Okay. So friends, now the question comes, sir, when it is said that the performance obligations are satisfied. So friends, the performance obligation are considered as satisfied when the control is transferred to the customer. When the control is transferred to the customer. Okay. When the control is transferred to the customer. Now, controls may be transferred at a point in time or over a period of time. May be transferred at a point in time or over a period of time. For example, the company has sold a car with maintenance service for 5 years, free service for 5 years. The company has delivered the car to the customer. The company has given the keys of the car to the customer. The customer will take the keys, drive the car, and take the car to its home. Take the car to his home. So, friends, in this case, whether the control of the car is received by the customer at a point in time or over a period of time. At a point in time or over a period of time. At a point in time, it's a tangible goods. The customer has received the goods and the customer has taken it along with him. But the company has also given the free service. The company has also given the free service for 5 years. For 5 years, right? So whether this free service control, the customer has got the control of this free service. This free service the customer will receive in the next 5 years. Okay. In the next 5 years, the company has told that the first service, every service will be due after 10,000 kilometers or after expiry of 1 year, whichever is earlier. The customer went to the showroom, to the service center of the car dealer after 1 year and get the service done free of cost. After that, that automobile company becomes bankrupt, right? So 15-20 years back, there was a company called Daewoo Motors, right? So they have I still remember they have a Matiz car. There was a small car known as a Matiz, Daewoo Motors. It is related to Daewoo Motors. That company has become bankrupt. Okay. So friends, likewise, after 1 year, the customer has got the service done free of cost. And after that, the company has become bankrupt. They have stopped all the service centers. Okay. Their staff has left. So now in the next 4 years, can the customer get the free service done from that showroom? No one is there. The showroom has shut down. Thus, all the service center has shut down. The company has become bankrupt. Whether the customer will be able to get the service done in the next 4 years? Answer is no. Whether the customer will be able to drive the car in future? Whether the customer will be able to drive the car in future since the company has become bankrupt? Of course, yes. Customer बाहर से सर्विस करा लेगा, शोरूम से नहीं कराएगा, पे करके कराएगा सर्विस. The customer has to pay to some other service center, right? Because there are a lot of private service center also, not company service center, but the private service center also. So the service can happen, but customer has to pay for that, right? So doesn't matter. The company has become bankrupt, but the customer will be able to drive the car and use the car and get the benefit of the car. Why? Because the control of the car has been received by the customer at a point in time. Customer is controlling the car. Okay. But as far as service is concerned, the control is transferring to the customer over a period of time. Even though the customer was aware, Abrikesh was aware that this company is going to become bankrupt and they are shutting down their operation in the next 2 months. Even though Abrikesh was aware about this fact, he went to the showroom and get the first service done. But even though, in spite of the fact that he is aware that the company is going to become bankrupt in the next 2 months, they are shutting their operations, Abrikesh will not be able to get the remaining 4 service done in the next 2 months. Will he be able to do that? Because as per the service manual, the service has to happen after expiry of 1 year or 10,000 kilometers, whichever is earlier. Am I right, Abrikesh? Am I right, friends? So since Abrikesh is getting a control over the maintenance service over a period of time, not at a point in time. And friends, hence revenue has to be recognized by the entity either at a point in time or over a period of time. The fundamental rule is you need to see how the performance obligation is getting satisfied, how the customer is getting a benefit, and how the control is going to be transferred to the customer. Is that clear? I hope it is clear to all of you. Yes. The following are indicators of when control is transferred. The following are indicators. The entity has a present right to payment for the goods or service. The entity has a present right to payment for the goods or services, right? So some indicators are given. Some indicators are given. First indicator could be, so the entity has a present right to payment for the goods or service. Okay, the entity has a right to payment because the entity has delivered the goods and services. The customer has legal title to the asset. When customer will have a legal title of the asset? When customer will have a legal title of the asset? So uppercase is saying yes, but it's responsibility of manufacturer. So this right can be transferred to other dealer. Uppercase. The entire company has become bankrupt. Okay. And this service center, so basically the arrangement, how it works or how it happens, the service center does the service to the customer and get the money reimbursed from the company, from the manufacturer, right? If the manufacturer, the company has become bankrupt, how this customer will serve? How this dealer will serve, right? So just understood the concept. The concept is, okay, let's say this dealer has become bankrupt. The other dealer has also become bankrupt. So the concept is, since the control was not with the customer, the control was flowing over a period of time. So customer will not be able to demand or will not be able to get the future service at the right point of time at today's in the today's era as of now, right? आप आज नहीं मांग पाओगे, पर आपने कार के पैसे दिए तो कार तो आप आज ही मांग पाओगे, राइट? कार आपने ले ली, बट जो 5 साल की सर्विस है वो 5 साल की सर्विस आप आज नहीं ले पाओगे. यू विल नॉट बी एबल टू टेक इट टुडे. ओके, सो द पॉइंट इज for looking at the fact whether revenue has to be recognized at a point in time or over a period of time, you have to see how the performance obligations are getting satisfied, where the control is getting transferred at a point in time or over a period of time. Okay. So some indicators are given. The entity has a present right to payment for the goods or service. The customer has legal title to the asset. The customer has a physical possession. For example, in case of real estate projects. So in real estate projects, you have booked a flat with DLF, right? So when DLF will complete the construction and when you will pay the entire money to DLF, the DLF will offer the possession or DLF will get the flat registered in your name. आपको रजिस्ट्री करानी पड़ेगी. आपको रजिस्ट्री करानी पड़ेगी, तभी आपके पास लीगल टाइटल आएगा आफ्टर द रजिस्ट्री. In so many societies or in so many, real estate projects, the government has not given occupancy certificates due to some flaw from the real estate developer. So you are waiting for, and few of you must have seen that the customer has, given the money 10 years back and still the project is not completed or project is not delivered, right? Why? Because the occupancy certificate has not been received from the government. So the dealer, the real estate developer is not, he is not keen to develop the project. So he has just developed the building and he hasn't developed the park, club, swimming pool, etc., etc. So you told that it's been 10 years when I paid the money. So now I need the possession. Doesn't matter whether the registry will happen or not happen. So even in the society in which I'm living, so the high-rise building is there and the dealer, the real estate builder has delivered this project 8 years back. But even as of today, the registry has not been done. Why? Because the occupancy certificate has not been received and the occupancy certificate is received just 1 month back. But people are living here. Why? Because they have took a physical possession. They told कि हमने पैसा दिया है, फ्लैट तो हमें दे दो, हम रहना शुरू कर देंगे फ्लैट में, right? So they took a physical possession. So few indicators are there when control is transferred. The entity has a present right to payment. The customer has a legal title. The customer has physical possession. The customer has a significant risk and reward of the ownership of the asset. Correct? And the entity has evidence that the customer's acceptance of the asset. The customer has started living in that building, living in that flat. So it means the customer has accepted the asset. These are the indicators which indicates that yes, the control has been transferred. Okay. So friends, now let me take you on the Excel file. Let's discuss the concepts, prepare the notes for you guys, and then I'll take some illustration and complete step number 5. Okay. Then I'll jump to the next concepts. Step number 5. What is step number 5? Can you tell me quickly what is step number 5? Recognize revenue when the performance obligation is satisfied. Step number 5. Friends, have you understood this entire IND AS 115 so far, whatever I have explained? This standard is very interesting. While it is a lengthy standard and people consider it is a complex standard. So let me tell you, if you need to control this standard, right? If you need to get satisfied from this standard, the key is jot down all the concepts, right? That what we have read, all the concepts. For example, we started with definition of revenue, contract, customer. Okay, we understood. Then the 5 steps. Inside the 5 steps, there are few concepts, right? Just write down those concepts. Okay, think about what we have explained, what we have understood, and then solve the illustration. This is how you will be able to control the revenue standard. This is a very interesting standard. This is related to your real life examples, car service, air condition installation, okay, laptop, assembled, unassembled part. आप बाइसाइकिल अमेजोन से मंगाओ, आपके पास अनअसेंबल्ड आती है. ओके, आप कैश ऑन डिलीवरी करो अमेजोन से, आपने कैश ऑन डिलीवरी किया. सो अमेजोन अपना रेवेन्यू तभी रिकॉग्नाइज करेगा जब आप कैश पे कर दोगे उसको, मतलब व्हेन द गुड्स इज डिलीवर्ड टू योर प्रीमाइसेस. ओके, राइट? सो recognize revenue when the performance obligations are satisfied. Okay, are satisfied when either at a point in time or what, or point in time or over a period of time, right? So this is your revenue recognition step number 5, which says that you need to recognize revenue when the performance obligation are satisfied either at a point in time or over a period of time, correct? Okay, clear? Perfect. Okay, friends, we discussed the example of car and maintenance. Okay, so the entity has sold a Skoda Kushaq. Kushaq is the name of the car to the customer. On today is on 1st October, let's say. Today 6th October. On 1st October 2024. Okay, with 5 free maintenance service every year. Okay, so suggest when control is getting transferred and how the revenue is recognized for each performance obligation. Example. Okay. Friend, this small example will help you in recalling the concepts. Okay. Because these are layman language examples. Very simple examples. So when performance obligation will be considered as a satisfied, tell me. When control is getting transferred to the customer. So in case of car, control is transferred at a point in time, that is on 1st October 2024 for maintenance service, the control is transferred over a period of time, that is next 5 years. Okay, that is next 5 years. Perfect. That is next 5 years. Okay. So revenue has to be recognized for car on 1st October for maintenance service over a period of 5 years. Correct? Okay. Right. So control is transferred to the customer either at a point in time or over a period of time. When performance obligation will be satisfied. When performance obligation will be satisfied? Performance obligation will be satisfied when control is transferred to the customer. Okay. When control is transferred to the customer. So what is the answer? When performance obligation will be satisfied? At the time when control is transferred. Control is transferred to the customer, right? Which could be either at a point in time or over a period of time. So when control will be transferred to the customer, okay, and it will be at a point in time or over a period of time. Okay, or over a period of time. Correct. Friends, now there are some guidance given in the standard over a period of time. When you will say that the control is transferred over a period of time. At a point in time, we understood. But when you will say over a period of time. So friends, when performance obligation is considered or control is transferred over a period of time, so guidance is given under IND AS 115. Guidance is given in IND AS 115. We will discuss that. Okay. Guidance is given in IND AS 115. And when it will be considered as at a point in time, when it will be considered as a point in time, it says that if condition relating to over a period of time will not met, it will be considered at a point in time. Okay. So if the condition relating to over a period of time will not meet, then control is considered to be transferred at a point in time, right? At a point in time. Friends, in 95% scenarios, you will be able to conclude immediately. Ye point in time hai, ye over a period of time hai. Okay. But let's discuss the guidance which is given in the standard. What guidance is given in the standard? Okay. What guidance is given in the standard? Let's talk about that. when control will be considered to be satisfied over a period of time. Over a period of time. When control will be considered to be satisfied over a period of time. Over a period of time, right? Now we are discussing the guidance. When control will be satisfied over a period of time, right? So what is the guidance given in IND AS 115? So what is the guidance given in IND AS 115? What is the guidance? So let's talk about guidance. So friends, IND AS 115 says that the control will be satisfied over a period of time when any three of the below condition will met. The control will be satisfied over a period of time, when any of the condition will be met. When any of the condition will met. Okay, any of the condition out of three condition will met. तीन में से अगर एक भी कंडीशन met हो जाएगी तो ये माना जाएगा कि कंट्रोल धीरे धीरे ट्रांसफर हो रहा है. कंट्रोल इज गेटिंग सेटिस्फाइड ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम, राइट? सर व्हाट आर दोस कंडीशन? कंडीशन नंबर वन. What is your condition one? What is your condition one? The customer is simultaneously receiving and consuming the benefits of goods and services as the entity performs. Can you give me an example for that? The customer is simultaneously receiving and consuming the benefits of goods and services as the entity performs. Can anyone give me an example of this? Accounting service wala example or Netflix series? Very good. Accounting service example. Security guard example. So Pooja's father has hired a security guard, okay, for the safety of her house. Security guard is standing on the gate and he is ensuring that no trespasser will enter into her house. Okay. While Pooja's father has contracted with Group 4 Securities, he has entered into a contract with the Group 4 Securities for 1 year. At a price of 1,20,000 rupees full year. But the security guard is giving the service to Pooja's house. So security guard has already provided a service for 1 month, right? So whenever security guard was performing his service, like 1 month has already been completed, the contract is for 1 year. Whether security guard company should recognize revenue to the extent of 1 year. The full year contract is 1,20,000, and the contract was for 1 year. Okay. So Pooja, whether security guard company will recognize the revenue to the extent of 1 year? Answer is yes. Nisha is saying no. Why, Nisha? So when the security guard was providing his service, whether the customer is receiving that service and consuming the service, answer is yes. For last 30 days, when security guard was providing his service, the customer was relieved that no trespasser will come, no thief will come, no kind of a nuisance element will come. So the customer was getting the security and safety services when security guard was performing his service. Performing का मतलब जब वो गेट पे खड़ा था तो कस्टमर खुश था कि कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, किसी को नहीं आने देगा. 1 month has already gone. Now the security guard has left. So Nisha, in that case, whether when you will bring new security guard, whether he will provide the security service for next 11 months, or he will also go back in time machine and he will also provide the service of last month as well. He will, of course, he will provide only for next period. It means the customer has already consumed, the customer has got the benefit of the service which security guard has already provided, because it was on the time basis. It was on the time basis. Correct? Correct. So the customer is simultaneously receiving and consuming the benefit of goods and services as the entity is performing. In, like, for example, newspaper services. Okay. So every day newspaper agency is providing newspaper to the customer. So every day the customer is reading those newspapers, right? If the newspaper agency will not provide the newspaper for 5 days, the customer will not call for those last 5 newspapers to read, because customer has to read the latest news every day. Every day. Are you able to understand? So sir, in that case, the revenue has to be recognized over a period of time. For example, fortnight, monthly. Sir, करेंगे कैसे revenue recognize? So this security guard services agencies are raising invoice on a monthly basis. They are recognizing revenue on a monthly basis. Correct? So just try to understand. Whenever someone is providing you service, are you able to avail the service? Answer is yes. You are able to avail the service. Okay. Okay. Is that clear? So example could be accounting service, bookkeeping service. Example could be bookkeeping services, newspaper agency services, electricity services, right? So electricity, every day you are getting electricity, right? So electricity company is providing you electricity. Yesterday, there was a power shut. Yesterday, there was a power shut. Yesterday, there was no electricity. Okay. So will you today get double electricity? Will you today get double electricity? Answer is no. So the entity was consuming the benefit. The entity was consuming the benefit when the customer was getting the benefit when the entity was performing. So sir, whether this electricity service, this water service, the entity like Tata Power. So sir, whether they are recognizing revenue over a period of time, answer is yes, they are recognizing revenue over a period of time. The only thing is whether they are recognizing revenue every day, answer is no. So they have made some basis. They are billing to the customer on a monthly basis and they are recognizing the revenue on a monthly basis. But whether in this case, the control is getting transferred at a point in time or over a period of time, it is over a period of time. Every day the control is getting transferred. It is a series of distinct goods and services. It is a series of distinct goods and services. Okay. It is a series of distinct goods and services. Is that clear? Is that clear? Are you getting this? आप सिक्योरिटी गार्ड का सबसे सिंपल एग्जांपल है, आप वो समझो. निशा, is that clear to you? Just think about the example of security guard. Okay. When he is performing, you are directly getting the benefit. Okay. And when he will left, when you pick some other, when you call some other security guard, that other security guard will not replace his earlier service. The other security guard will provide the subsequent service. Okay. Because the earlier service you have already consumed. When you called the other newspaper agency, the other newspaper agency will provide you the subsequent newspapers, not the earlier newspapers, because these were of no use to you. Okay. Is that clear? So yes, Nisha, you are right. So the revenue recognition for entire year will not happen. It happened for the month it was provided. Okay. Ayush is asking, sir, we have examples of services for this condition. Do we have example of goods? So Ayush, generally it is example of services which is provided over a period of time. It could be example of goods also. Okay. For example, the entity has contracted with a customer. So Reliance Geo Financial Services Limited. So Geo Financial Services got listed last year, and on this Diwali they have decided to gift their employees a mobile phone which is Apple mobile phone. Okay, they told Apple that I need 1 lakh mobile phone for my employees. They entered into a contract, and Apple has given this company, because this company Geo Financial Services is buying in lot. Okay, they are buying in bulk quantity, huge quantity. So they have ordered for 1 lakh mobile phone, and Apple has given 25% discount. Apple has given 25% discount. Okay. So in that case, Apple told that I cannot deliver 1 lakh mobile phone right now, while the contract is 1 lakh mobile phone at a certain price of 50,000 rupees per mobile phone. But they told that we will not be able to deliver 1 lakh mobile phone upfront. So every month we will deliver you 10,000 mobile phone. Question is, how Apple will recognize revenue? Apple will recognize revenue over a period of time, because it is a series of distinct goods. Right? Means the goods are of the same use. The goods are similar, same, but the goods are delivered in bits and pieces, right? So when Apple will deliver the 10,000 mobile phone, Apple will recognize revenue for 10,000 mobile phone. The contract is for 1 lakh mobile phone, but whenever the goods are getting delivered, the revenue is going to be recognized. So this could be the example of, revenue recognition of goods over a period of time. Electricity. What is electricity? Whether electricity is a service, it is a goods. Electricity is also like a good. Okay, water is flowing in the pipeline. You are getting water. Okay, and you have to pay water bill also. Are you aware or not? The government is also charging for water consumption. Yes. So what is that? That is also over a period of time. The goods are delivered over a period of time. Okay. Is that clear? So condition number 1, the customer is simultaneously receiving and consuming the benefits of goods and services as the entity performs. For example, newspaper agency. For example, security guard services, gym services. Okay, electricity, water for utility companies, right? Revenue recognition for utility companies. Okay. Pooja is asking, sir, lease asset का पोजीशन मिला बट रिस्क एंड रिवार्ड लास्ट लीज पेमेंट तक नहीं मिलता, उस केस में रेवेन्यू रिकॉग्निशन कैसे करते? फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल पूजा, so Pooja is talking about that in case of a lease asset, when the lessor is providing an asset to the lessee on a lease basis, right? Lessor is not providing risk and reward. Okay. So in that case, how the revenue is going to be recognized? First of all, Pooja, the lease arrangement is outside the scope of IND AS 115. It is not dealing with the concept of IND AS 115. 115 concept, 5-step concept are not applicable to the lease contract, right? First of all. So it is outside 115. It is as per IND AS 116. Okay. As per 116. And when you read IND AS 116, it does not talks about transferring the control. It was only talking about the control of right of use. Okay. So concept ही अलग है पूरा. वहां पर वो एसेट के कंट्रोल की बात नहीं करता, वहां राइट ऑफ यूज की बात करता है कि जो लेसी को यूज करना है उसका कंट्रोल होना चाहिए. ओके. सो लीज अरेंजमेंट्स आर आउटसाइड द स्कोप ऑफ IND AS 115. Clear? Condition number 2, sir, what is the other condition? Okay. So the control will be satisfied over a period of time when any of the condition will met. Okay. Any of the condition will met. Condition number 1 we discussed. What is my condition number 2? Condition number 2. The customer control the asset. if it is created, the customer control the asset as it is created or enhanced, and the benefit passed on the customer gradually. The customer control the asset as it is created, or enhanced, and the benefit passed on to the customer gradually. Sir, नहीं समझ में आया? No problem. The customer controls the asset, and as it is created or enhanced, the benefit passed on to the customer. Let's take an example. So Mamta wants to get the construction of her house, right? She has purchased a land. She has purchased a plot. She came to me and she asked that, sir, I have heard that you are also running a construction company. I told Mamta, yes. So she told, sir, I have purchased a plot of 200 square yard, right? And I want you to construct 4-story floor for me. उसने बोला, सर आप मुझे 4 फ्लोर की एक बिल्डिंग बना के दो. I will pay you 1 crore rupees. I said, okay. And this land belongs to Mamta. I started constructing the house. Okay. I have done the excavation. I have put the linters. Okay. Then I have constructed the first floor. Okay. Ground floor, first floor. So second, third, and fourth floor are yet to be constructed. I am a construction agency. And after constructing first floor, there was some dispute happened between myself and Mamta. She was not happy with my work. And she told me, I don't need you. I have to engage some other contractor. Okay. So I said, okay. Because this construction was happening on her premises, right? So the customer control the asset, Mamta control the land, the plot. Mamta control this building. Why? Because this is in her asset, okay? And when I have constructed ground floor, first floor, okay, when I have excavated, I have put the linter, everything. So whatever I have constructed so far, whether the benefit has passed on to Mamta? Yes. If she will engage some other contractor, what she will do? She will get the subsequent work done. She will work on second, third, or fourth floor, right? Okay. So she has to continue from where I have left the construction. Is that right? It means Mamta is controlling the asset, and whenever the asset was getting created or enhanced, the benefit passed on to the customer. But for example, I am a real estate developer. I am constructing high-rise building in my premises. This land belongs to me. This area belongs to me. My workers are working, right? This is my land. And there are 100 flats. I have started constructing 100 flats. The customer has started booking those flats. The construction period is 3 years. After 1 year, the customer stops paying. The customer told that I don't have to buy a flat from you. In that case, whatever construction I have done, whether the customer will be able to get the benefit, probably his money will be forfeited. Correct? Are you getting me? But in this case, this construction was happening in the premises owned by Mamta. Second example. Diwali is coming. So when will be Diwali? What is the date? 31st or 1st? 31st October or 1st November? 31st October. Okay. So let's say Vignesh wants to get the whitewash in his house. Okay. So he talked with Berger Paints. Berger Paints is a company. They are also dealing in, whitewashing or painting services. So the contractor came to him and the contractor told that, I will take 50,000 rupees. It will take around a week because you have 4 rooms in your residence. So I have to get this 4 rooms whitewashed, then balconies, kitchen, drawing dining area, okay, outside walls. So he has painted the 4 rooms. He has whitewashed the 4 rooms. The kitchen, drawing dining, and balcony and outside walls. This area was left, okay, and he has whitewashed all the entire 4 rooms, okay. Vignesh and his family. So once whitewash is done, so Vignesh so when whitewash was happening, he was desettled his belongings, his furniture, the other items in the rooms. But when whitewash is done, he has settled all the items in his room. He has settled his room. He has fixed his room. So after that, after 2 days, the painter did not come. Due to some exigencies, due to some problem, the painter did not come. So now Diwali is approaching and Vignesh has to get this task done. So Vignesh has caught some other painter. Vignesh, will you get from the other painter, will you get the remaining work done, or will you again get the painting done in the 4 rooms as well? For the remaining work, of course, kitchen, balconies, outside walls and drawing dining area. Yes or no? Guys, it's not only about Vignesh house, it's about the concept. What is your answer? क्या विघ्नेश सिर्फ अपना बचा हुआ एरिया करवाएगा या विघ्नेश 4 रूम फिर से कराएगा? Rahul is saying only remaining area, the balance part. Correct. It means when the entity was performing, when the entity was whitewashing, the customer is getting the benefit when it is created or it is enhanced, right? The customer is gradually getting the benefit, right? Yes or no? Agreed or not agreed? Agreed. Yes. So the customer is getting benefit. So the second condition will get satisfied. Okay. So what is the second condition? The customer controls the asset. Basic is customer control the asset. Customer control the asset. And it is created or enhanced as the benefit, and the benefit, whenever it is created or enhanced, the benefit passed on to the customer. Example, for example, WIP construction. Half of the construction is completed. WIP construction. Paint work. Third condition. What is the third condition? The entity's performance does not create the asset with an alternative use. The entity's performance, when the entity is performing, when the entity is creating the asset, it does not create the asset with an alternative use, okay? And the entity has a right to receive the consideration to the extent the work has been performed, okay? So the entity's performance does not create the asset with alternative use. And the entity has a right to receive the consideration to the extent the work has been performed. The entity has a right to receive the consideration to the extent the work has been performed. What does it mean? For example, Maruti is manufacturing cars. right? Maruti is manufacturing cars. So Maruti is an entity which is creating the asset, right? Manufacturing the cars. So Maruti has manufactured Maruti Swift car. They have manufactured 10 cars. Okay. They have 10 cars. Okay. Now, these 10 cars have been booked by Ayush, Vignesh, Abrakesh, Pooja, Mamta, Nisha, Alok, Rajat, Rahul, right? Sanya, Tushar. So all of us has booked one car. Okay. Correct. So we have booked the car. So we have paid 10,000 rupees and this money was refundable also. All 10 of us. So Maruti started manufacturing those 10 cars. Okay. And Maruti has manufactured 10 Maruti Swift car. But we denied to take those cars. We have cancelled the booking. So in this case, the entity's performance, whether the entity's performance has created the asset with the alternative use, क्या मारुति किसी दूसरे को वो कार बेच पाएगी? क्या मारुति किसी दूसरे को कार बेच पाएगी? आंसर इज यस. ये तो होता ही रहता है. ये तो होता ही रहता है. द कस्टमर बुक द कार, देन कैंसिल द कार. एंड मारुति इज नॉट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग एनी modified or any supercar on the instruction of the customer. Maruti is manufacturing car as per its own whims and fancies. Maruti is manufacturing car as per its process, as per its manual. Maruti is not manufacturing the car as per the direction of the customer. Yes or no? Have you understood this? Have you understood or not understood? So Maruti will be able to sell this car to anyone, right? And when I have cancelled the booking, whether Maruti has a right to say that, listen, Alok, Mamta, Nisha, Pooja, Kishore, Rahul, Abrakesh, Ayush, Vignesh, you need to pay me 10 lakh rupees. You need to pay me 10 lakh rupees because I have created the car for you. Whether Maruti can demand this 10 lakh rupees of payment from the customers? Answer is no. Answer is no. It means the condition number 3 is not satisfied. Another example. I went to Maruti. I told Maruti that I have a specially abled person in my family. Okay, especially abled person in my family, let's say. And I need such and such car for him. I need such and such car for him. Okay. So I need Maruti Swift car, but in that car, I don't want you to give me the, you know, the clutch, the accelerator or the brake and the bottom of the car. I need all of these aspects, and where the gearbox is there, I need all these aspects at my near the hand, so that the driver is able to use those functions with his hand, not with the legs. Okay. So I have given some instruction to Maruti. Maruti told that, you know, we are not manufacturing this kind of cars, but we can manufacture for you. It will take some time. It will take around 6 months. Okay. We will manufacture this car for you. So I asked, what is the price? So generally the Maruti Swift comes at a price of 9 lakh or 10 lakh rupees. But Maruti told me a price of 15 lakh rupees. I told okay. I said okay. Okay. So friends, in this case, when Maruti is performing while creating an asset, whether is there any alternative use to that asset? Is there any alternative use to that asset? Answer is no. So it means the entity's performance does not create the asset with the alternative use. Means this asset is dedicated, used by that person only. By that person only. It means the condition number 3 is satisfied, but it is partially satisfied. Answer the another question also. And the entity has a right to receive the consideration to the extent the work has been performed. Right? And Maruti told to me, listen, I appreciate that you want to get this kind of a car manufactured. It will take 6 months, okay, time. and we are the automobile company, and we have seen the customer does not turn up. The customer booked the car, and at times the customer will not come to our showroom even for getting the money back which he has deposited as a booking amount of 10,000 rupees. वो वापस भी लेने नहीं आता, right? So I appreciate that you are paying me 1 lakh rupees of deposit, but this car will cost me 15 lakh rupees. Or let's say sale price is 15 lakh rupees, then cost price is, for example, 13 lakh rupees. So I will incur huge cost for this car, and this car will of no use to me. I will not be able to sell this car to anyone else, right? So Maruti has also entered into contract with that customer. At any point of time, whenever you are backed out, at any point of time, whatever cost I have incurred, till that point of time, you have to compensate me. The customer said, okay. Whether condition number 3 is satisfied, the entity's performance does not create the asset with alternative use, and the entity has a right to receive the consideration to the extent the work has been performed. To the extent the work has been performed. Another example, India has ordered fighter jet from France. Okay. So the Rafale, that jet company is manufacturing those fighter jets for India as per the specifications, as per the requirement, as per the design, which is given by the Indian Defense System, Indian Defense Agency. Now, when Rafale is performing in creating and manufacturing those fighter jets, right? If India will deny tomorrow whether it has an alternative use, answer is no. Answer is no, because these are dedicated manufacturing for Indian Defense System. And Rafale has a right to receive the consideration to the extent the work has been performed. Same, Israel is ordering a missile for them. So the manufacturer who is manufacturing the missile specifically for Israel or Iraq or Iran, whatever. So in that case, whatever missile they are manufacturing for a particular country, it is for their use only. It is as per their specification, their requirement, right? And these countries will compensate the manufacturer if they will not take the delivery, okay, to the extent of the work performed. So in that case, condition number 3 is satisfied. Friends, in these 3 conditions, if any of the 3 conditions will satisfied, it is said that the control is transferred over a period of time and revenue will be recognized. Sir, how revenue will be measured? How revenue will be recognized? At what value? So we will discuss. The standard has also given that how this revenue progress is going to be measured. Kitna revenue recognize karna hai? So that standard will talk about. But the point is, when either of these 3 conditions will be satisfied, it is said that revenue will be recognized over a period of time. And just think about the examples which I've taken. For example, I am a service provider. I am a provider of goods and services. Condition number 1, I am again reading. I am a newspaper agency. Every day I am delivering newspaper. Okay. So whether customer is getting the benefit or not, every day. I have a contract for 1 year. अगर मैंने 1 month का newspaper deliver किया, whether the customer will get the benefit every day for 1 month? Answer is yes. So whether I should recognize revenue or not, I should recognize revenue, because whatever I have delivered, the customer is not required to be re-performed from someone else. The customer has already consumed the benefit. Condition number 2, I am doing the construction in the customer premises. I am doing this renovation work, whitewashing work, construction work in the customer premises. Customer is controlling. So whatever work I have done, right? While this work will take around 2 years, I have worked for 6 months, right? So at least some revenue I need to recognize, some cost I have incurred, some revenue I need to recognize, because the customer is directly getting the benefit when I am performing. Tomorrow, if I will not work, tomorrow if there's some dispute, the customer will get this construction started from where I have left, correct? So in that case, how this revenue is going to be measured and recognized? So of course, in that case, you have to apply input method or output method. For example, the total construction period will be 2 years. I have already performed for 6 months, right? So for example, I have completed 25% of the work. So if the entire contract price was 1 crore rupees, so 25% means 25 lakh rupees I can recognize as a revenue. Okay. Condition number 3, I am manufacturing the asset. I am creating the asset dedicated for that customer. And I have a right that if the customer will back out, I will get the money and consideration to the extent I have performed. It means even if I have worked for 2 days, okay, even if I have worked for 2 days, in that case, I will get the money from the customer if customer will back out. So it means every day when I am performing, I have a right to receive the consideration to the extent I have performed. Correct? Is that clear? Ayush is asking, sir, what if there are very few chances that other country may take the missiles? So Ayush, does not matter. Generally, in these kind of contracts, the contract is, it does not matter whether that entity or manufacturer will be able to sell to others. But the primary contract is, it is kind of a made to order inventory, made to order contract. It is kind of a customized order. And the customer has also agreed to pay the compensation to the extent of the work performed. The second condition is again important, right? For example, if I have ordered, it is a made to order inventory and I have ordered to the manufacturer that, please manufacture this asset to me. And I know that if I will not take the delivery, this entity is able to sell to somebody else. So what I'll do, I will never sign a contract that, okay, I will compensate you in case I'll not take the delivery. Or in that case, I will take the delivery and I will sell to others, right? So this could happen. But from the perspective of revenue recognition, if the contract says that it is a specific to a customer, there is no alternative use. Okay. There is no alternative use. And the customer, you have a right to receive from the customer. You have right to recover from the customer to the extent of work performed. In that case, you can recognize revenue over a period of time to the extent of work performed, right? Is that clear? Abrikes, I have not understood what you are saying that 115 means tailor-made. Abrikes, just think about practically. Think about. मैंने आपके लिए एक एसेट बनाया. आपने बोला सर आप आकर मुझे पढ़ाओ. ओके, आई टोल्ड यस. मैंने बोला अब्रिकेस मैं आपको 100 क्लासेस दूंगा, राइट? एंड जितनी भी क्लासेस मेरी हो चुके, डजंट मैटर कि 115 पूरा हुआ या नहीं हुआ, 116 पूरा हुआ या नहीं हुआ, कंसोलिडेशन, फाइनेंशियल इंस्ट्रूमेंट, वेदर आई हैव कंप्लीटेड नॉट कंप्लीटेड, डजंट मैटर. जितनी भी मेरी क्लासेस कंप्लीट हो चुकी होंगी उतना आपको मेरे को रेवेन्यू, उतना आपको मेरे को कॉम्पनसेशन देना है, उतना आपको मेरे को रेवेन्यू देना है. So as an entity, just think about, and I have devoted my time to you, Abrikes, specifically. We have blocked evening 7 to 9 p.m. dedicated to you, right? We have a contract. Okay. So in that case, don't you think that every day when I'm passing, I am getting a right to recover from you? Yes. आपको पता है ना, पहले या आज भी, there are tuition agencies who hire tutors and paying them on a class basis, और क्लास के बेसिस पे पे करते हैं उनको 150 per hour, 200 per hour for 11th, 12th college students, right? When I was in college in 2003-4, and when I was teaching 11, 12 students, I was getting on an hourly basis. I was providing home tuition, accounts tuition, and I was getting 150 rupees per hour. I'm talking about 2005-6. So what does it means? It means, और ऐसा नहीं मुझे रोज 150 rupees लेके मैं घर आ जाता था. My right was created for getting a 150 rupees. So for example, after giving a tuition of 10 classes, I told my agency that I'm not going, I'm not teaching that student anymore. So I have a right and I'm entitled to get 150 multiplied by 10, 1500. So let's say if I'm closing my books of accounts on 31st March, and so far I have teach only 8 classes. I have taught only 8 classes. So I will recognize revenue to the extent of the work performed. Is that clear? Is that clear? Because it is assumed and considered that uppercase, whenever the entity is performing, the benefit is also getting passed on to the customer. The risk and rewards is getting passed on to the customer. Okay. It is considered. It is assumed. So percentage of completion method may be applied in this case. Okay. Clear? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
So the question is, sir, how to measure the performance, completion or progress of the contract? Sir, understood. Construction service दे रहे हैं ममता के प्लॉट पे, ममता की लैंड पे मैं कंस्ट्रक्शन सर्विस प्रोवाइड कर रहा हूं. मैं एक सर्विस प्रोवाइडर हूं. आई हैव टू रिकॉग्नाइज द रेवेन्यू. हाउ टू मेजर द परफॉर्मेंस कंप्लीशन और प्रोग्रेस ऑफ द कॉन्ट्रैक्ट? हाउ टू मेजर? नाउ इन दिस केस, how to measure if revenue has to be recognized over the period of time? How to measure the performance completion or progress on the contract? कैसे मेजर करेंगे? So the standard has given you two methods. The standard has given you two methods of measurement. Two methods of measurement. What are those two methods? Method number one, input method. Method number two, output method. Method number one is largely internal. Output method is external. Example, sir. Example. A Limited is providing a construction service on the premise of the customer and has asked a contract price of rupees 10 lakhs. The company, the entity estimated that total period of 18 months will be involved in this construction, project. The entity has started the work on 1st October 2023. Suggest whether the revenue is going to be recognized over a period of time or at a point in time, that is when the work is completed. Okay. So suggest whether the revenue is going to be recognized over a period of time, that is over 18 months or at a point in time, that is when the work is completed. Okay. When the work is completed. Analysis. In accordance with IND AS 115, revenue is recognized when control is transferred to the customer. If control is transferred to the customer, I'm just giving you sample that how you have to write in the exam. If the control is transferred to the customer over a period of time, then performance obligation is also satisfied over a period of time. Otherwise at a point in time. Okay. For transferring a control over the period of time, we need to check any of the three conditions given in IND AS 115. So condition number one, tell me, condition number one. What is condition number one? The customer is simultaneously receiving and consuming the benefit of goods and services as the entity performs. The customer is simultaneously receiving and consuming. Whether customer is simultaneously receiving and consuming the benefit, probably not. क्योंकि कंडीशन नंबर वन, क्योंकि कस्टमर उसको यूज नहीं कर पा रहा अभी सिर्फ गड्ढा खुदा है. Only there is an excavation. The customer is not able to use. Okay. So probably as per going by the condition number one, answer is no. Condition number two, whether the customer control the asset, and whenever the entity is creating or enhancing, the benefit is passing on to the customer gradually. क्या benefit gradually pass on हो रहा है? Answer is yes. Consume नहीं कर रहा, benefit तो gradually pass on हो रहा है ना? Yes. Condition number three, whether this asset is dedicated to the customer, and whether the entity has any alternative use. Entity का कोई alternative use है भी नहीं. Sorry, condition number two, yes. Condition number three भी yes होगी ना? Condition number three भी yes होगी. The entity does not have any alternative use. And the second aspect needs to check, considering that, so it is yes, assuming. So what is the third condition? The entity's performance does not create the asset with alternative use. Whenever the contractor is performing, वो एजेंसी जब कंस्ट्रक्शन कर रही है, तो क्या उसका कोई अल्टरनेटिव यूज है? इट इज डेडिकेटेड टू द कस्टमर, देयर इज नो अल्टरनेटिव यूज. कंडीशन नंबर 3 के फर्स्ट पार्ट का अल्टरनेटिव यूज है या नहीं है? नहीं है ना स्टूडेंट्स. The contractor who is constructing in the premises of the customer, the moment the contractor is constructing, let's say the contractor has completed the house, okay, and the customer has denied that I will not pay you anything, any money. Whether that contractor will be able to sell the house which is lying on the plot of the customer? No. It means the entity's performance, when the entity is performing and creating an asset, it is of no alternative use except for that customer. And the second part you need to check, the entity has a right to receive the consideration to the extent the work has been performed. Yes. So पहला वाला part तो बड़ा clear है. In this case also, yes. Okay. Yes, assuming the entity has a right to receive the consideration to the extent the work has been performed, right? Okay. Now So let's say what amount of revenue is recognized as on 31st March 2024. Tell me. So friends, now for measuring, hence in this case, revenue is recognized over a period of time, Hence, the revenue needs to be measured basis the progress of completion, basis the progress of completion, right? Basis the progress of completion. So how this progress of completion can be determined? The progress of completion can be determined by using input method or output method. Case A. So now I'm giving you case A. Input method. What is input method? Input method. The entity has determined that the total cost of the project was rupees 9 lakh. The sale price is 10 lakh. The total cost of the project was rupees 9 lakh. Okay. And up to 31st March 2024, the entity has incurred a cost of rupees 2,70,000, 2.70 lakhs. So how you will determine the progress of completion by input method? So progress of completion is equal to cost incurred divided by total cost. So what is the progress? 2.70 divided by 9. It comes out at 30%. So percentage completion, nothing. It's a percentage completion, 30%. So POCM, input method is nothing. It's like a POCM, percentage of completion method, 30%. So using case A, what is the revenue? So revenue to be recognized up to 31st March 2024 is equal to total what? Total transaction price multiply by percentage completion. So what is that? It is 10 lakh multiplied by 30%. So what is my revenue? My revenue is 3 lakh. My cost is 2.7 lakh. So in this case, what is my revenue? My revenue is 3 lakhs. My cost of goods sold is 2.7 lakh, right? Case 2, output method. Coming to the case 2, case B, which is output method. So how this output, what is this output method? So the entity. So in this case, what is my revenue to be recognized? Up to 31st March? Total transaction price into percentage completion equal to 10 multiplied by 25%. So this is the revenue which is going to be recognized. And whatever is the cost, actual cost is going to be recognized, right? So these are the alag cases. Case A is different, case B is different, right? So have you understood input method, output method? Have you understood input method, output method? So exclusions. while computing percentage completion in input method. Number A, abnormal costs, right? So the entity, so when Mamta has given me the contract of construction, I told Mamta that the cost is my price is 10 lakh rupees and my cost is I haven't talked about the cost. I told that my transaction price is 10 lakh rupees. And when I started doing the construction, I ordered 100 bags of cement. And I put those cement in Mamta's premises, and due to some natural calamities or due to some robbery, all these cement bags were destroyed or stolen, right? Is it a normal loss or abnormal loss? Is it a normal loss or abnormal loss? Abnormal loss. It is an abnormal loss. So I bought 100 bags of cement and it was stolen, right? It was not for the purpose of getting installed. It was stolen. And I ordered just because of ordering into bulk. I said that I will maintain inventory and I will use this 100 bags of cement over a period of next 1.5 years. Right. So I have even before starting the work, I haven't performed any task. मैंने कुछ नहीं किया अभी तक. मैंने सिर्फ ऑर्डर किया था and I have made a payment of rupees 1 lakh. So if I will compute the percentage of completion, I have ordered 100 bags of cement. I have spent 1 lakh rupees. And this 1 lakh rupees utilized also, there is no inventory. Why? Because it was stolen. So can I say my 10% of the work has been completed? Can I say my percentage completion is 10%? So 1 lakh divided by 9 lakh. So roughly 11%. Can I say that? I have done nothing. If I will demand this 10-11% from Mamta, just see Mamta, around 11% work I have completed. Please pay me, 1,10,000 rupees. Whether Mamta will pay me? Mamta कहेगी भाई कंस्ट्रक्शन तो कुछ भी नहीं की. आई कैन सी इट इज अ प्लिंथ ऑफ लैंड. जैसी लैंड मैंने दी थी कंस्ट्रक्शन करने के लिए, आपने तो बस वही छोड़ा है. उसमें बस आपने एक पोटा कैबिन बनाया है अपने मटेरियल को रखने के लिए. So friends, standard is highly practical also. It think about those kind of a scenario, and hence it tells that while computing the percentage of completion, you will exclude the abnormal cost. You will exclude the abnormal cost for the purpose of percentage completion so that your revenue figures cannot be manipulated because you have actually not completed. अगर abnormal cost डाल दोगे तो percentage completion बहुत high हो जाएगी, right? Second, P. Major cost of equipment ordered on behalf of customer and lying uninstalled. The classic example which every faculty is taking, elevators, right? So when I started constructing and I told Mamta that I'll take 10 lakh rupees, she told that, sir, I have ordered you construction of 4-story building. Sir, I want you to put the elevator also, lift also. I told Mamta, okay, I will order this lift or elevator from Otis. OTIS is a company. Okay. It will cost you 20 lakh rupees. Okay. So you can order from anyone else. So Mamta told me, no, sir. So you are doing this entire construction for me. I would request that please, you can order. बट क्या मेरा परसेंटेज ऑफ कंप्लीशन 70% है इस प्रोजेक्ट पे? क्या मैं 10 लाख रुपीस को का 70% रिकॉग्नाइज कर सकता हूं? आर यू गेटिंग मी? सो फ्रेंड्स, स्टैंडर्ड सेज दैट while computing the percentage of completion in input method, you have to exclude abnormal cost and major cost of equipment, right? आप उसको exclude करके फिर percentage completion निकालोगे so that it will reflect the right picture. Okay, is that clear? Yes. So friends, we have completed this entire, the revenue recognition part. Now I will discuss some illustrations. And before that, it's 8:46 now. So let's have a break for 10 minutes. Okay. Let's have a break for 10 minutes. So students, let's do illustration number 59. Minitech Limited is a payroll processing company, right? You understand payroll processing company? So nowadays, many companies are outsourcing their payroll processes to others. Okay. For example, if a company has a 20,000 employees, 10,000 employees, so some chartered accountancy firms or some other firms are processing their payroll, their salary processing. So Minitech Limited enters into a contract. This is a payroll processing company. This company enters into a contract to provide monthly payroll processing services to ABC Limited for 1 year, right? So they have to process the payroll every month because employee has to get a salary every month. His TDS needs to be deducted on a monthly basis. Determine how entity will recognize the revenue. So this payroll processing company has entered into a contract for 1 year with the clients, right? This company has to process the payroll of their employees, of the client's employees. Okay. The contract is for 1 year, but they are giving the service on a monthly basis. So how this revenue is going to be recognized after 1 year or every month or on a monthly basis? So payroll processing is a single performance obligation. It is a series of distinct goods and services. Single performance obligation. And what is a single performance obligation? Is to process the payroll. It's a single performance obligation. On a monthly basis, as Minitech Limited carries out the payroll processing, the customer, which is ABC Limited, simultaneously receives and consumes the benefit of entity's performance in processing each payroll transaction. जब वो monthly payroll process करते हैं तो ABC Limited को benefit भी साथ साथ मिल जाता है because उनके employees की salary process हो जाती है, TDS जमा हो जाता है, correct? Further, once the services have been performed for a particular month, in case of termination of the agreement before maturity and contract is transferred to the another entity, then such new entity will not need to re-perform this for expired months. Salary तो जा चुकी है, तो दोबारा से payroll process करने की requirement नहीं होगी. Okay. Therefore, it satisfies the first criteria, that is services completed on a monthly basis are consumed by the entity at the same time and hence revenue shall be recognized over the period of time. Okay. So illustration number 59 we have discussed, right? Right, friends? Any question on this? Any question on this? Any question? Simple. So Abrikes is asking, sir, whether this entire full explanation is required in examination. Answer is no. In examination, let me reframe in my wordings. After reading this question, you need to write. According to IND AS 115, when we apply step number 5, recognition of revenue. So it suggests that revenue needs to be satisfied when performance obligation is satisfied. Performance obligation will be satisfied depending upon the control transferred to the customer. In this case, for identifying whether the control is getting transferred to the customer, we need to check the 3 steps. Step number 1, the customer is getting the benefit and consuming the benefit simultaneously when the entity is performing, right? So in this case, whenever this entity is performing the monthly payroll services, the entity is also consuming the benefit on a monthly basis. And hence, the first criteria is satisfied. So it will be assumed that control is satisfied over a period of time. And hence, this entity can recognize the revenue on a monthly basis. So you can explain in your language also. Okay. Illustration number 60. Second illustration. T&L Limited is a logistic company like DHS Express. So this is a logistic company, TCI Express Logistics, that provides inland and sea transportation services. A customer, Horizon Limited, enters into a contract with T&L for transportation of its goods from India to Sri Lanka through sea. The voyage means consignment. Okay. The voyage means the ship. which includes the consignment, which carries the consignment, is expected to take 20 days from Mumbai to Colombo. T&L Limited is responsible for shipping the goods from Mumbai port to Colombo port. Whether T&L performance obligation is met over a period of time or at a point in time. Tell me. Is it over a period of time or is it at a point in time? T&L has a single performance obligation to ship the goods from one port to another. The following factors are critical for assessing how services performed by T&L are consumed by the customer. As the voyage is performed, the service undertaken by T&L is progressing such that no other entity will need to re-perform the service till so far as the voyage has been performed. If T&L was to deliver only part way, right? For example, between Delhi to Colombo, there is a port. There is a port. Let's say Kangla port. Okay. So in the sea area, also there are ports in between. Whenever you take the flight from India to USA, there is a transit flight also. For example, you have to go to Singapore and then you have to take Singapore to USA. Okay. So likewise, if the contract says that, number one, whenever this voyage is progressing, the customer is getting benefit means, इसका क्या मतलब है? अगर 1000 किलोमीटर लेके जाना था, ऑलरेडी वो 400 किलोमीटर लेके जा चुका है और उसके बाद उस पोर्ट पे वो रोक देता है. So after that, if this ship will not go, the other ship will go, correct? So the entity, if the entity has to change the ship, so the entity has to take the services right from the next port, not right from the India. So that entity does not require to take back the goods from India and then take it to the Colombo, right? So in this case, when this entity is performing, the customer is also getting benefited because the goods are going towards that direction, right? So in this case, it is considered that the customer is simultaneously getting the benefit as the entity is performing, and hence it is considered as performance obligation to be satisfied over a period of time. Now, my dear friends, in practical world, if the question will come in exam in this fashion, of course, the answer is absolutely right. But in the practical life, for example, I am a logistic company and you are a Horizon Limited. You will say that, listen, your obligation is to take these goods to Colombo, right? And in between, for example, if there is any problem, there is any natural calamity, if there is any, kind of a, what would I say, any storm, any problem in the sea area. So this entire problem belongs to you. It means if this transport logistic company, if this is kind of a contract where entire risk and reward belongs to the T&L Limited, if in between there is some problem or emergency, right, there is some natural calamity, then this entity has to pay to the customer, right? So in this case, the entity should not recognize the revenue till the time it reaches to Colombo. So my dear friends, in the practical life, you have to see a lot of substance also. You have to see what contract talks about, whether till the time it will reach Colombo, entire risk belongs to this entity or not. You have to see if in between this entity will say that I will not, if I will deliver part way, right? There is no any arrangement that the other ship will take it in between. मतलब क्या होगा? इंडिया से दोबारा शिप भेजना पड़ेगा, उतना ही पैसा फिर लगेगा. So you have to see all these arrangements in your practical life. But from the examination perspective, whenever this truck is progressing, this ship is progressing, the customer is getting benefit because it is going towards the direction of the destination, right? And one who is required to re-perform, he is not required to re-perform. So whatever destination, whatever direction it has gone, whatever destination it has reached, the other container, the other ship has to perform after that from where this ship has left. Okay. So it will be considered that the the revenue has to be recognized over a period of time because the control is getting transferred over a period of time. Okay. Is that clear? So friends, then let's discuss illustration number 62. That installation. So one of the student was asking, sir, how to compute the transaction price and cost of elevator, etc., etc. So friends, read illustration number 62. Okay. So Zini, in this case, if in this case, so that's what I told you, na. In examination, you need to see the question only. In this question, it is simply written that the voyage is expected to take 20 days. TNL is responsible for shipping the goods from Mumbai to Colombo. And if it has delivered part ways, right? So till the destination, it has delivered. So we will consider that the other ship has to perform after that only. So that is the underlying assumption. Okay. Or if you want to write this assumption, you can write also. Assuming that if this entity will deliver part way, the other ship has to deliver from that point only. And hence, the customer is simultaneously getting the benefit as the entity is progressing towards the destination. And hence, criteria or condition 1 of IND AS 115 is satisfied, and hence revenue is recognized over a period of time at a reporting date. To the extent this entity has performed, revenue needs to be recognized. Okay. Yes. Question number 62. Please read this question first. Then I will read this question and solve this question. I'm giving you 30 seconds. Okay. I'm giving you 30 seconds. Please read this question. Space Limited enters into an arrangement with a government agency for construction of a space satellite. Space Limited is a company. It enters into an arrangement with a government agency for construction of a space satellite. Although Space Limited is in this business for building such satellites for various customers across the world. However, the specifications for each satellite may vary based on technology that is incorporated in the satellite. In the event of termination, company has right to enforce payment for work completed to date. This is not the elevator. This is not the elevator wala question. The next question is that elevator question, the construction question. This question is relating to the satellite. So this company and this satellite is not like a kind of a regular product. The manufacturer used to manufacture the satellite, and if one will not purchase, the other will purchase. Not like that. It's a long-term project. It requires huge amount of investment into that inventory, right? And hence, this satellite agency companies does not keep inventory of satellite. Every satellite is manufactured on the basis of customized order, which is given by the customer. So this Space Limited is in the business of building satellite for various customer. However, the specification for each country, each customer will vary based on the technology. Okay. In the event of termination, the customer will pay for the work completed till date. The company has a right. Evaluate if the contract will qualify for satisfaction of performance obligation at a point in time or over a period of time. What was the first condition? So at a point in time, if a condition of over a period of time is not satisfied, automatically it is at a point in time. What is the condition for over a period of time? Can any student unmute himself or herself and can tell me what is the condition for over a period of time? In simple language. Can any student unmute himself or herself and tell me the condition of satisfaction of performance obligation, transferring of control over a period of time? Can anyone tell me?
Yes, sir, Prakash.
Yes, Abrikesh.
Sir, first condition is that consumer should get simultaneous benefits as and when the work
Entity is
progresses.
performing. The work is getting
Yeah,
performed, right?
this is not satisfied here in
Okay.
case of satellite.
Okay, absolutely right. Because the satellite has to be launched only then the benefit is there, otherwise not. Okay.
Yes,
What
yes.
is condition number 2?
Second, that is the transfer of control to the customer.
Yes.
That is also not satisfied because unless it is built up to full extent. But the third condition is satisfied because it has been given in the
So second
question.
condition, so hold on, Abrikesh. Second condition is not satisfied because this entity is manufacturing the satellite in its own premises. The customer is not getting
Okay,
the benefit. For example, tomorrow the
okay, because of that.
contract is cancelled. This Space Limited will say that
Yes,
no, I will not deliver this satellite to you due to some dispute. The contract has been cancelled. Again,
yes,
this
yes.
customer has to
Agreed, sir.
go to again the customer has to go to some other vendor, right? एंड कस्टमर को बोलना
Yes,
पड़ेगा कि
yes,
भाई मेरे लिए सैटेलाइट बनाओ, तो फिर से सारा काम शुरू हो जाएगा.
yes.
करेक्ट.
So
थर्ड
that is why it's
कंडीशन.
not satisfied.
यस, व्हाट इज द थर्ड
Third is,
कंडीशन?
I mean, third is thing is whether the asset, I mean, product created can be put for another alternative use. This is tailor made, I mean, made to use. So no,
यू आर राइट, एब्सोल्युटली
I
राइट.
mean, yes, sorry.
एंड
And the second is the entity has a right to receive the payment for balance work, whatever the work has been done. That is also yes. So it is an alternative over a period of time.
absolutely great, Abrikesh. So the way you have explained is really commendable. A big round of applause for you. So great. You are absolutely right. So third condition
Thank
has
you,
two
sir.
parts. Third condition has two parts. Part number 1, when the entity is constructing the asset or performing, so whether it provides any alternative use, answer is no, because this asset is dedicated getting constructed or manufactured for an individual customer as per his specification, right? Part number 2, the customer is obligated and the entity is entitled to receive the consideration to the extent the work is performed, right? And hence, condition number 3 is satisfied, and hence, at the reporting date, the revenue needs to be recognized to the extent the work has been completed, right? Either by applying input method or by applying output method, right? Okay, absolutely great. So I hope this illustration number 62 is clear to all of you, right? Whatever Abrikes has explained, that will be the explanation in the examination. That should be the explanation in the examination. Okay. Yes. Okay, Abrikesh, you can mute yourself. Now, friends, we are discussing that part of uninstalled material when there was a major component of equipment. How this percentage of completion is going to be measured. Okay. Illustration number 65. After illustration number 62, now illustration number 65 from ICAI study material. I am giving you 30 seconds. Please read that illustration. Then I will read this illustration. I am giving you 30 seconds. On 1st January 2001, an entity contracts to renovate a building, including the installation of new elevators. The entity estimates the following with respect to the contract. On 1st January, an entity contracts to renovate a building, including the installation of new elevators. Okay. The entity estimate the following with respect to the contract. These elevators have a huge cost. Okay. So transaction price is 50 lakh rupees. And what is the expected cost? Elevator cost is 15 lakh rupees and other cost is 25 lakh rupees. तो पूरा ट्रांजेक्शन प्राइस कितना है? 50 लाख रुपए है. ओके. उसमें से जो कॉस्ट है This transaction price is revenue, sales price. The elevator cost is 15 lakh rupees. The other cost is 25 lakh rupees. The total cost is 40 lakh rupees. The entity purchases the elevators and they are delivered to the site 6 months before they will be installed. The entity purchases the elevator and they are delivered to the site 6 months before they will be installed. इस एंटिटी ने 15 लाख रुपए 15 लाख रुपए के एलिवेटर परचेज किए और अपनी साइट पे डिलीवर कर दिया इंस्टॉलेशन के 6 मंथ्स पहले. अभी कंस्ट्रक्शन चल रही है. The entity uses an input method based on cost to measure progress towards completion. To measure progress towards completion. The entity has incurred actual other cost of 5 lakh by 31st March 2001. और 31st मार्च तक जो एंटिटी की 3 मंथ्स में एक्चुअल कॉस्ट हुई टुवर्ड्स कंस्ट्रक्शन, इट इज 5 लाख रुपीज. इट इज 5 लाख रुपीज. ओके. हाउ विल द कंपनी रिकॉग्नाइज रेवेन्यू इफ परफॉर्मेंस ऑब्लिगेशन इज मेट ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम? इफ इट इज मेट ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम. आई होप द क्वेश्चन इज क्लियर टू ऑल ऑफ यू. Whether the question is clear to all of you or not? Is that clear? The question is clear? Yes? Okay. So let me solve this question for all of you on the Excel file, right? On the Excel file. So that you will be able to understand it very well. Just allow me a second, copy this illustration on the Excel file, and then I will show you the Excel file. Okay. And let me share my screen with all of you. I hope this screen is visible. Excel file is visible now. Solution. Excel file is visible, friends? Yes or no? Is it visible?
Yes,
Friends,
sir, to me.
in this case, there are two major components in this construction. One is elevator and the second is construction services, right? Let's say on the day one, when the entity has got the contract on the day one, okay, the transaction price is 50 lakh, the cost is 40 lakh, the estimated cost including elevator is 40 lakh. On the day one, before starting a construction, okay, the entity has purchased the elevator just thinking that, you know, tomorrow the elevator price will go up. So the entity, it's a major component. The entity has purchased the elevator. So 15 lakh divided by 40 lakh. Can entity say that I have completed 30% work? Are you getting me what I'm saying? Are you getting me? क्या एंटिटी बोल सकती है मैंने 30% काम कंप्लीट कर लिया, काम तो स्टार्ट भी नहीं किया, ये तो सिर्फ वो कंपोनेंट परचेज किया है, राइट? इट विल नॉट रिफ्लेक्ट अ राइट पिक्चर. सो इन दिस केस there are two major components, elevator and construction service, right? While this elevator is the part of the overall project, क्या ये दो separate performance obligation है? Whether construction service and elevator are two separate performance obligation? No, separate performance obligation नहीं है ना. वो कस्टमर को तो घर चाहिए, एलिवेटर तो उस घर में ही लगेगा ना, अदरवाइज कस्टमर अलग से एलिवेटर कहां लगाएगा? Correct. So it's a single performance obligation. It's a single performance obligation. Correct. So it's a single performance obligation. But of course, revenue has to be recognized over a period of time. And hence, we will be needing the measure of progress for completion, measure of progress for completion. So in this case, what is my transaction price? What is my transaction price in this case? What is my transaction price? My transaction price is 50 lakh rupees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 50 lakh rupees. What is my costs incurred? What is my cost incurred? My costs incurred. Actual cost incurred. I have incurred two costs. Number one, elevator I have purchased. And the second one, other construction cost. Which is elevator I have purchased for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 15 lakh, and 5 lakh cost I have incurred. Okay, 5 lakh cost I have incurred. So what is my total expected cost? What is my expected cost? My budgeted cost? My total cost is 40 lakh rupees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 40 lakh rupees, right? Is that clear? Is that clear? My expected cost is 40 lakh rupee. And what is the breakup? What is the breakup of my expected cost? Again, the breakup of expected cost is for elevator, it is how much? 15 lakh rupees. Same price, 15 lakh rupees. For other construction, it is 25 lakh. So in this case, what is my actual cost incurred? What is my actual cost incurred? How will I determine the measure of progress? How will I determine the measure of progress? Computation of measure of progress. Computation of measure of progress. Right? So what is my other cost incurred? So other cost incurred divide by not total cost, total estimated other costs. So it will give me the number of what equal to 5 lakh divide by 25 lakh. This will give me 20%. This will give me 20%. This will give me a measure of progress of 20%. Okay. Okay. Is that clear? Is that clear? So now I need to recognize the revenue. Now I need to recognize the revenue. Okay. So how will I recognize the revenue? Revenue to be recognized. Revenue to be recognized. Revenue to be recognized. Revenue for what? Revenue attributable to other costs. Other cost means other than revenue attributable to construction. To construction. Other than elevators. Other than elevators. Revenue attributable to construction other than elevators. How much revenue is attributable to construction other than elevators? How much revenue is? 50 lakh. Sorry. My 50 lakh revenue. My 50 lakh is the transaction price. And what is my cost of elevators? So assuming that 35 lakh is my revenue attributable to construction. Okay. Which is other than elevators. This is the total. This is the total. Right. Then revenue recognized. So how much revenue needs to be recognized? Total. Percentage completion. Completion is how much? 20%. So what is my revenue which is going to be recognized? This multiply by this. 7 lakh. Now revenue attributable to elevator. The actual cost incurred to the extent of actual cost incurred. Revenue attributable to elevators. To the extent of actual cost incurred. What is my revenue attributable to elevator? How much is my revenue attributable to elevator? 15 lakh. 100%. The cost of the elevator to the extent of cost of the elevator. Right. So what is my total revenue? What is my total revenue to be recognized? My total revenue to be recognized is 15 plus 7, 22 lakh. 22 lakh is my total revenue. My total revenue. What is my total cost to be recognized? What is my total cost to be recognized? 15 plus 5, 20 lakhs. Okay. This is my total cost. This is my total revenue. So friends, for computation of measure of progress, you have to exclude abnormal cost and you have to exclude what you have to exclude? Abnormal cost and the cost of the major component. Correct? Have you understood this part? Have you understood this part? Have you understood this illustration? Yes or no? Do you have any question? Any problem? Yes, Abrikes.
Sir, here we are not excluding 15 lakhs of elevator while calculating revenue for the March X1.
So
Should we not, I
uppercase,
mean,
uppercase, you are not going to exclude. You are going to exclude that abnormal cost or major component cost while computing the measure of progress. Just remember, if I would not have excluded this major component cost while computing the
yes,
measure of progress, then what is my percentage completion? Let me show you. My total cost, how much cost I've incurred? 15 plus 5. The total
yes,
cost I've incurred 15 plus 5, correct?
20, yes,
What is my expected cost? My expected total cost is 40 lakh.
25.
40
Yeah,
lakh,
40 lakhs. Yes.
including elevator. आप तो including elevator
Yeah,
ही
so,
बोलोगे ना? So 20
yes,
lakh by 40 lakh, what is the percentage which is coming out?
50%.
50%. But actually you
Yes,
have completed the task only 20%.
yes.
So that
Okay,
is why to see the actual progress, right? अब आपने क्या बोला?
okay,
अब क्या होता है एयरलाइन इंडस्ट्री में? लेट मी टॉक अबाउट एयरलाइन इंडस्ट्री. व्हेन यू आर ऑर्डरिंग एन एयरक्राफ्ट, राइट, द मेजर कॉस्ट pertains टू द इंजन. For example, the cost of the aircraft is 100 crore, for example, right? The engine cost itself is like 50 crores, correct? So this aircraft manufacturer like Boeing is purchasing the engine from, let's say, Rolls-Royce. Okay. तो बोइंग को ऑर्डर किया, लुफ्थांसा एयरलाइन ने बोइंग को ऑर्डर किया कि मेरे लिए 5 एयरक्राफ्ट मैन्युफैक्चर करो. बोइंग ने रोल्स रॉयस को बोला मुझे 5 इंजन दो, राइट? So 100 crore is the cost of one aircraft. 50 crore pertains to engine only. So Boeing has ordered to Rolls-Royce, please supply me 5 engine. And this entity, Boeing, will supply this aircraft to Lufthansa Airlines after 1 year. Day 1 पे जब ऑर्डर किया तो 1 month के बाद इंजन आ गए बोइंग के पास. So while this aircraft is going to be delivered after 1 year, the body is getting manufactured, the seats are getting manufactured, right? It will take a lot of time. But out of 100 crore, 50 crore worth of component was lying in the godown of Boeing, in the manufacturing facility of Boeing. Can Boeing say that I have completed 50% task? कोई यूज नहीं है ना
no,
उसका. इंजन जब एयरक्राफ्ट में लगेगा तभी तो उड़ेगा, जब एयरक्राफ्ट बन
yes,
तैयार हो जाएगा. सिर्फ इंजन कैन नॉट फ्लाई इन द एयर. So that is why standard does not tell you that don't include this in revenue. Standard tells you if there is a major component, exclude this major component from the total expected cost and from the actual cost incurred for the purpose of computation of measure of progress.
okay, okay,
Right?
got it.
आप सिंपल सोचो ना,
Yes,
आपका घर है, आपने बोला मुझे लिफ्ट भी लगा के दो, कुछ काम नहीं
yes,
हुआ, नथिंग हैज बीन परफॉर्म्ड. कॉन्ट्रैक्टर ने लिफ्ट लाकर आपके घर पे रख दी. लिफ्ट मतलब सामान लिफ्ट का, लिफ्ट लाके रख दी,
yeah, yeah,
एलिवेटर लाके रख दिया, और इसकी कॉस्ट भी मेजर है. बट विल यू बी एबल टू यूज द एलिवेटर? आंसर इज नो.
no,
तो आप तो उसको बोलोगे ना, ठीक है तूने मेरे को एलिवेटर लाकर दे दी मेरी रिक्वेस्ट पे, चल एलिवेटर का पैसा ले ले. बट जो ओवरऑल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट आपने किया है 1 करोड़ रुपए का, यू कैनॉट पे अकॉर्डिंग टू द cost of elevator divide by total cost. You cannot pay according to that because actually
yes,
the work has not been performed, and hence when you remove elevator you will find the measure of progress is a 0%. करेक्ट? तभी देखो मैंने रेवेन्यू भी क्या किया, 2 पार्ट में रिकॉग्नाइज किया. attributable to construction other than elevators. I have also recognized
yes,
revenue relating to elevator, but only to the extent of the cost. It is uninstalled ना. पैसा तो चाहिए ना, नहीं तो मैं कैसे करूं? पैसा तो चाहिए, कंपोनेंट तो खरीदा है आपके लिए, करेक्ट? So this
yes,
is how this accounting has to happen on an accrual basis. I hope this is clear to each and every one of you. Okay. So Pooja is saying
okay,
elevator पे कुछ काम नहीं किया इसलिए प्रोग्रेस में नहीं लिया. Okay. So Ayush is saying, sir, could you please explain why revenue relating to elevators do not include profit? It is not including profit, Ayush, because the elevator has not been installed. It is uninstalled. It is lying just in the godown. Okay. Clear? अगर एलिवेटर लग जाता कंस्ट्रक्शन में, ऑफ कोर्स दैट पार्ट हैज आल्सो बीन ओवर. इन दैट केस यू कैन कीप दैट इन द this part. Okay, so if it is that's what I've told. If you have purchased and it is lying uninstalled, it is lying uninstalled, जब तक कंस्ट्रक्शन नहीं होगी वो इंस्टॉल भी नहीं होगा ना. आप ऐसा थोड़ी पहले लिफ्ट बना दोगे बाद में पूरे घर की कंस्ट्रक्शन करोगे, ऐसा तो नहीं होगा ना. Okay, so friends, we have covered step number 5 in detail with the help of 4 illustrations from ICAI study material, and of course the remaining examples in your Excel file which I have taken from my side. And can you see when I read exclusions, when I written exclusion, Ayush, I have written major cost of equipment ordered on behalf of customer and lying uninstalled. This is what I have already written 25 minutes back. Correct? Yes, friends, this standard also talks about some cost, right? Cost of contract, as this standard is single revenue standard. And in our, like in our old accounting standard, we have 2 accounting standard, AS9 and AS7. AS9 was taking care of revenue. AS7 was taking care of revenue in case of construction contracts. So you remember AS7 was talking about construction revenue and construction cost also. Do you remember? AS7 was taking care of construction revenue and construction cost. Remember or you don't remember? Remember that, right? Construction revenue and construction cost. Yes. So friends, this standard also talks about contract costs. This gives you guidance of contract costs. For example, when it is talking about contract costs, it talks about 2 aspects, right? It talks about 2 aspects. Number 1, cost of fulfilling the contract and cost of acquiring the contract. Cost of acquiring the contract and cost of fulfilling the contract. For example, I am a contractor. I have to recognize my revenue over a period of time. This is what you guys have understood. Okay. How to measure the progress? How to measure the progress of completion? What I will do? I will compute the measure of progress either by applying input method or by applying output method. By applying output method, I will do the actual measurement or I will get the report from the surveyor. Okay. By applying the input method, it is more of an internal method where what I will do, I will see what is the cost I have actually incurred and what is the total budgeted cost, and that is how I will measure the progress. Okay. While measuring the percentage completion, I need to exclude all those major components which are lying uninstalled. Okay. Or the abnormal cost to check the actual measure of completion. So we'll discuss that. But as a contractor, when I'm recognizing revenue, I have also incurred some cost. Okay, I have also incurred some cost. So there are many costs which is involved in case of a contract. For example, if I will bifurcate this into 2 parts. So one is cost of obtaining a contract and cost of fulfilling a contract. So Mamta has given me a construction contract for constructing a house for her. So I went to Mamta. So let's say Mamta is living in Mumbai and I am living in Delhi. So I went to Mamta to negotiate and discuss this contract. Okay. So I booked flight ticket. So there is a cost to flight ticket. I have booked a hotel also. So for securing this contract, for awarding this contract, for getting the contract, I am flying to Mamta's premises to discuss this deal. Friends, tell me, even though if I will get the contract or if I will not get the contract, I have to bear this expense or not? That means I have to incur this expense or not? मुझे फ्लाइट पकड़कर, मुझे ट्रेन पकड़कर मुंबई जाना पड़ेगा नहीं जाना पड़ेगा? अगर मुझे कस्टमर से नेगोशिएट करना है, डील लेनी है तो I have to go. So can this be considered as a cost of obtaining a contract? मैं गया मुंबई, ममता ने मना कर दिया. She told me that I have a better deal than you. She told me, sorry, I will not give this project to you. So this travel expenses, is a sunk cost. It's a sunk cost. This travel expenses is a sunk cost. This is not a cost of acquiring the contract. This is not a cost of acquiring the contract. Okay. But when I went, so I told her, I told her about my company, my work, my quality. So she was highly impressed and she told, okay, I'm ready to give you the work. I'm ready to give you the work. So I got the contract. She has given me the contract. Now, before entering a contract, entering into the contract, she told me that, sir, let's do one thing. Let's make a formal agreement, make a formal contract. Okay. And this contract has to be signed in the court of law. So I told, okay, in that case, I have to engage a lawyer. I had engaged a lawyer. I had drafted the contract. I paid fees to the lawyer and I also paid stamp duty, and the contract was entered. And it took around 50,000 rupees. I have to expense 50,000 rupees. I have to spend 50,000 rupees. Friends, whether it was a sunk cost or this cost was incurred just because I got the contract, क्या ये भी ट्रेवल एक्सपेंस की तरह संक कॉस्ट है? ट्रेवल एक्सपेंस तो मुझे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट मिले या ना मिले वो तो होना ही था, बट ये कॉस्ट ऑफ साइनिंग दिस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट ये तो तभी होगा ना जब कॉन्ट्रैक्ट मिलेगा. So this kind of a cost will be treated as a cost of acquiring a contract, cost of obtaining a contract. Friends, standard says that IND AS 115 says that you got a contract today, okay, and you have paid 50,000 rupees for entering into a contract, right? This contract period is for 15 years, right? And if you will spend this 50,000 today, and if you will recognize the entire expense as a 50,000 rupees today, there is a mismatch. There is a mismatch, right? While you have recognized the cost, but revenue will come in the later part of the period. So IND AS 115 allows you that such cost you can capitalize, means you can show it as a work in progress, and such cost you can defer and amortize over the period of the contract. Such cost you can amortize over the period of the contract, right? This is what IND AS 115 says that. Okay. Now, this is the cost of acquiring the contract. So this cost can be capitalized as a work in progress. Okay. And this will be deferred and amortized over the contract period. Whenever the company is recognizing the revenue, the company will recognize the cost. Second, cost of fulfillment of the contract. Cost of fulfillment of the contract. This is mandatory. This is not an option. This is a guidance given by the standard. Cost of fulfillment of the contract. What is the cost of fulfillment of the contract? For fulfilling the contract, the entity has to recognize some expenses. Now for doing the construction, this entity has purchased some machineries. For example, the crane, for example, the mixer machine for mixing the sand and cements, right? For lifting the bricks and the materials, the company has purchased crane. So for fulfilling the contract, the company has also purchased some machineries. The company has also hired some architecture. Okay. Some architects. The company has hired some architects. So friends, standard says that if the company has incurred some spends, okay, in that case, for fulfilling a contract, you need to see whatever the company has spent, whether it comes under the purview of some other standard. The company has spent machineries. The company has purchased machineries. So whether machinery is an expense or some other standard talks about the recognition of such machineries. Such machinery is an asset, PPE, property, plant and equipment. So these machineries are recognized as per IND AS 16. IND AS 16. Okay. But The salary of architects, the salary of engineer, the map, designing expenses, these are not capitalized as an asset. These are not comes under any other standard. So these kind of expenses, designing expenses, etc., etc., these expenses can be capitalized and deferred and amortized over the period of contract, right? So this standard talks about the cost of acquisition of the contract and cost of fulfillment of the contract, right? This standard talks about the cost of acquisition of the contract and cost of the fulfillment of the contract. Okay, is that clear? So this is the guidance which the standard has given you. This is the guidance which the standard has given you. Okay, for recognition of a what? For recognition of cost also. So friends, let's discuss illustration number. Let's discuss illustration number 73. Okay. So let me keep this illustration for you guys, and let me copy this illustration from ICAI study material and put it here. Cost of contract, right? Cost of contract. So cost of contracts is equal to cost of acquiring the contract plus cost of fulfilling the contract. So with the help of illustration number 73, we will discuss this concept, right? Illustration number 73. The customer outsourced its information technology data center, right? The term is 5-year plus 2 1-year renewal option. This customer has outsourced to the entity. So there are so many entities which are providing, KPO, BPO, call center services, data center services. So the term is 5-year plus 2 1-year renewal option. So maximum for 2-year renewal can happen. Average customer relationship is 7 years. Generally, these kind of contracts run for 7 years. Entity spends rupees 4 lakh designing and building the technology platform needed to accommodate outsourcing contract. So this entity has performed some services. This entity has spent 4 lakh rupees on designing and building the technology platform needed to accommodate outsourcing contract. And the breakup of 4 lakh is given. Out of 4 lakh rupees, 50,000 is typically for design. 1,40,000 this entity has purchased some equipment, some hardware. 1 lakh rupees this entity has purchased some software. Okay. And 1,10,000 is relating to the migration and testing of data center. Right. So the entity has to migrate the old data into the new system. So for that, this entity has to spend money worth 1,10,000 rupees. Now the question is whether this entire 4 lakh has to be incurred as an expense on the day one, or what should be the treatment of this 4 lakh rupees. Friends, what should be the treatment of this 4 lakh rupees? Tell me. I have explained you the cost of contract concept. Friends, this design services. So this design services would be amortized over a period of 7 years, right? This is not coming under any other IND AS. This is not an asset which is captured under other IND AS. So this has to be deferred and amortized over a contract period of 7 years. What about this hardware and software? What about this hardware and software? Friends, solution. Design services. 50,000 rupees. Deferred and amortized over a contract period of 7 years. 7 years, right? Hardware. This comes under, it is like a PP. It is like a PP. Okay. Capitalized as per IND AS 16. Software, this is an intangible asset. So this is measured, capitalized, recognized as 1 lakh. Capitalized as per IND AS 38. You have to apply IND AS 38 for the accounting. Migration and testing services. Migration and testing service. 1,10,000. This is not coming in any other standard. So this has to be deferred and amortized over a contract period of 7 years. This is how this has to happen, right? So this 140 and 1 lakh is not comes under the purview of IND AS 115. So this has to be capitalized and amortized over the life, not over the contract period, over the life, right? So is that clear? Is that clear? So Vignesh, this is the cost which the entity is incurring. Vignesh, please try to understand. So Vignesh told me, sir, I want to have a coaching from you. Okay. I said, okay, Vignesh. So he told that, sir, I need to take a home tuition. I told, okay. Generally, I'm not teaching in home tuition, but since you are requesting, then you can come to my house every day, 5 to 6 p.m. I said, okay. So he told me that, sir, I will pay you 10,000 rupees per month. But when I have committed Vignesh that, okay, I will teach him in my house, so, and he will pay me 10,000 rupees. So then I thought that, oh, for performing this teaching obligation, for teaching Vignesh, I have to incur some cost to fulfill this contract. I just thought of, oh, I need to purchase some chair and table also. Otherwise, where he will sit and how I will teach him. So I go to the market and purchased a chair for rupees 10,000 rupees. मैंने chair खरीद ली. I also purchased a table for 5,000 rupees. Okay. Then I have purchased some notes. Not notes, I purchased some pen and paper. Okay. So that I will teach him. So Vignesh, these are the costs which I have purchased. These are the costs which I have incurred. These are the costs which I have incurred for fulfilling my contract, for satisfying a single performance obligation, which is to teach you. Now the question is, how do I recognize this chair and table expenses? It will be capitalized as per IND AS 16. How will I recognize this pen and paper expenses? This is an expense. This is the cost of fulfilling a contract. Correct? So this has to be deferred and amortized over a contract period. Is that clear? Is that clear? Nisha is asking, sir, even if a machine is purchased specific to the contract, whether IND AS 16 is applicable? Answer is yes, Nisha. Because this machine comes under IND AS 16. It is a PPE. Friends, I believe this example has cleared you completely. So we are talking about cost. We are not talking about revenue. So how this cost is going to be recognized, right? So friends, we have completed step number 5 completely. So friends, now I am discussing a concept of bill and hold arrangement, right? Which is a small concept. Then IND AS 115 will be completed. And then I will discuss one question on service concession arrangement. After that, I will take one question of Nisha, which she has asked me yesterday. And then I will conclude this IND AS 115 after giving you an entire revision in another 10-20 minutes. So friend, today class will be till 10:45. Okay. So yes, now I am going to another concept, which is bill and hold arrangement, Allow me a minute and let me go to the concept of bill and hold arrangement. So please confirm once my presentation is visible. Please confirm once my presentation is visible, friends. Bill and hold arrangement, right? Bill and hold arrangement. Friends, what is meant by bill and hold arrangement? What is meant by bill and hold arrangement? Before that, Ayush is asking, sir, if the coaching is for 1 month, then can be cancelled. Then We will take contract life as 1 month only and recognize full expense of notes and pen in first month. Answer is yes, Ayush. Answer is yes. Okay. Okay. So friends, coming to bill and hold arrangement, and I will take a very layman language example. You went to buy a grocery, okay, and you have to buy a vegetable also. You bought grocery, and this grocery is around 10 kgs. You put all the groceries in a carry bag, and you told the shopkeeper that bhaiya, please keep this carry bag for 1 hour. I have to take some other items also. Okay, I will get those items and I will pick this carry. I will pick this grocery bag from you. And I have paid to the shopkeeper. Okay, मैंने शॉपकीपर को पे भी कर दिया. Okay, और मैंने बोला भैया आप 2 घंटे के लिए 1 घंटे के लिए इसको साइड में रख लीजिए, मैं अभी मार्केट से आता हूं, आपसे ले लूंगा. Have you ever faced such kind of situation? Have you ever faced such kind of situation where you have bought the product and paid for that? Yes, very simple. I have faced so many times. मैं तो यही करता हूँ. When I go to vegetable market, generally I purchased 4 to 5 kgs of potatoes. Okay. Then the other vegetable. So I'll purchase the potato. I'll put it to that seller only. And then in the next 15-20 minutes, I purchase all the groceries. Then at the last, I pick that potato. Okay. So this is known as a bill and hold arrangement. This is known as a bill and hold arrangement. Is that clear? This is known as a bill and hold arrangement. Right, friends? Bill and hold arrangement. So friends, a shopkeeper who has sold the goods, but keeping the goods with himself, the question comes whether that shopkeeper will recognize revenue or will not recognize revenue. Tell me, what is your answer? In my case, where I'm purchasing potato, in your case, where you are purchasing grocery, you have paid, I have paid, but the product is lying with the shopkeeper. Whether the shopkeeper will recognize the revenue or not recognize the revenue. Now, few of you will ask, sir, ये तो आधे घंटे 1 घंटे की बात है, आप क्या बात कर रहे हो? I want to give you the substance so that you will not forget the concept. ये बात 4 दिन की भी तो हो सकती है. You went to buy a shop, you purchased a Titan watch, you paid for it, and you told shopkeeper that bhaiya, I have purchased this watch for my wife because after 4 days, her birthday is there, okay, and I want to gift her on her birthday. So I will pick this watch from you after 4 days, or you can deliver this watch to my house after 4 days. Correct? I have paid to shopkeeper, he has billed me, but he is holding that goods. But whether he is holding the goods at his own wish or it is on the request of the customer. So friends, the standard says that if it is a bill and hold arrangement, you have to check some conditions. You have to check some condition. Condition number 1. In case of a bill and hold arrangement, the reason must be substantive. Means it has to be on the request of the customer. It has to be on the request of the customer. Number 1. Number 2, the product must be identified separately. I have bought the product, I have bought that watch, I have bought that grocery, and I have paid for it. Okay. So the product is identified separately. The product currently must be ready for physical transfer. If just right now, okay, if I want to take the delivery, I can take the delivery. Okay. So I told the shopkeeper that bhaiya, I will pick this watch after 4 days. I was in the market only. After half an hour, I just thought that after 4 days, I have to go out of town, and after 4 days, I will not be able to pick this watch. So my mind had changed. And again, I went back to the shop, Titan shop, and I told that person that bhaiya, please give me this watch. Okay. So the product must be currently ready for physical transfer. Condition number 1, the reason must be substantive, means it is on the request of the customer. The product must be identified separately. The product currently must be ready for delivery. And condition number 4, the entity, the supplier, the entity, the shopkeeper, the supplier does not have an ability to use the product or direct it to another customer. I have paid for that. The product is identified. If I will not pick this watch for 4 days, the supplier will not be able to sell this watch. The supplier does not have a right to sell this watch to any other customer. Okay. So friends, if these 4 conditions will be satisfied, then it is said that the bill and hold arrangement is there and the entity has to recognize revenue immediately, upfront. Okay. Is that clear? Is that clear? Friends, sometimes what happens? Sometimes in case of a bill and hold arrangement, so the revenue has to be recognized at a point in time. But for example, so whatever example I have taken, these were very small example. Okay, very small example. I purchased a machinery, a huge machinery from a supplier. Okay. I have paid for it. Supplier told me, okay, please take the delivery. I told supplier that, sir, I will not be able to take the delivery of this machinery right now. I have purchased the machinery so that this machinery will not go out of stock. And I have to start the factory after 1 month. Okay. So my construction is going on. So my factory is getting constructed. Construction work is going on. So you can do one thing. I'm paying you. You can keep this machinery in your godown. Okay. So the shopkeeper told, the supplier told that, listen, whatever I have charged only for the sale of machinery from you. I don't have the place to keep this machinery right now because I have to purchase the other machineries for selling to the customers as well. So I don't have the place. If you want me to keep this machinery for next 1 month, I have to pay for the, I have to pay for the space, warehouse space where I can keep your machinery, and hence I will charge the money from you. So friends, this will be kind of a custodial services. Since I am keeping your goods on your request in my custody, I will charge custodial services. I will charge storage services from you. So friends, this is a separate performance obligation in addition to sale at a point in time. So sale of machinery is a separate performance obligation. Providing custodial services is a separate performance obligation. So when the entity has sold the machinery on bill and hold arrangement, the entity will recognize the revenue upfront. After 1 month, the entity will recognize the storage service revenue. If the customer will not come in the next month also, the entity will charge 2nd month revenue, right? Okay. So friends, in such kind of a scenario, the question will tell you the entity is also charging 5,000 rupees for keeping this machinery for 3 months. 50,000 rupees is the price at which this entity has sold the machinery. So don't recognize upfront revenue of 55,000. 50,000 revenue is recognized at a point in time. 5,000 revenue has to be splitted over a period of 3 months because it is for a custodial service. It is a separate performance obligation. I believe this concept becomes clear to all of you. Bill and hold arrangement, right? Kya condition hai? The reason must be there. The reason must be substantive, means it is on the request of the customer. Number 2, the product must be identified separately. Number 3, the product is ready for immediate transfer. जब भी customer आएगा मैं दे दूंगा. Number 4, the entity does not have a right to alternative use. The entity cannot sell it to other. Is that clear? Nisha, can you explain this 4 condition quickly? Nisha, please unmute yourself and explain this 4 condition quickly.
Yes, sir. So when you're considering if a revenue should be recognized for a transaction made on bill and hold arrangement, there are 4 important criteria that has to be met. First is that the reason for such bill and hold transaction is that the customer has requested for it. That is, there should be a substantive reason coming from the customer's side.
Yes.
Second is the good should be specifically identified. That is, it should be distinct from the other goods and services that is being provided by the entity.
Yes.
Number 3 is at any point in time when the customer comes and claims the goods for transfer, the entity should be in a position to transfer the ownership of the goods to the customer. And the last one, the number 4, is that the entity cannot sell the said goods or services to another customer because it is specifically held for the purpose of the former customer.
Means there is no alternative use to the entity, correct?
Exactly.
उसको तो उस customer को बेच दिया, so it is dedicated for that customer only. There is no alternative use, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, Nisha. Great. Well explained.
Thank you, sir.
So revenue has to be recognized at a point in time. In case of a bill and hold arrangement, if 4 conditions has to be satisfied, it is on the request of the customer. The product is identified separately. The product is ready for delivery. Number 4, the entity does not have alternative use of that product. Now let's discuss illustration number 68. An entity enters into a contract with a customer on 1st April 2001 for the sale of a machine and spare parts. The manufacturing lead time for the machine and spare parts is 2 years. Okay. Upon completion of manufacturing, the entity demonstrate that the machine and spare part meet the agreed upon specification in the contract. The promises to transfer the machine and spare parts are distinct and result in 2 performance obligations that each will be satisfied at a point in time. So this is an entity. This entity is into the business of manufacturing the machine and spare parts, right? These are the 2 separate performance obligations. पहले तो machine deliver करेंगे, machine use होगी, फिर future में spare part use होगा. 2 separate performance obligations. And in the question it is written that this manufacture will take 2 years. Doesn't matter. Okay. So on 31st March 2003, this machine and spare parts got ready. Okay. So on 31st March 2003, the customer pays for the machine and spare parts, but only takes physical possession of the machine. All right. So on 31st March 2003, the machine and spare parts was ready. The customer pays for both, but customer only took the delivery of machine because the customer does not have enough space and customer knows that I need the spare part after 1 year. Why should I take the delivery right now? Probably. Yes, this could be the reason. Although the customer inspect and accept the spare part, the customer recommends the spare part to be stored at the entity's warehouse because of its close proximity to the customer factory. Customer told that please keep these spare parts in your warehouse, right? And I will take whenever I'll need, I'll pick from your warehouse because it is very close to my factory. Since the customer does not have a, kind of a place to store that spare parts, probably the customer has requested that please keep this in your factory, in your warehouse. The customer has legal title to spare parts and the parts can be identified as belonging to the customer. First condition, the delivery of the spare part has not been taken, right? So the first condition, these goods are requested for lying with the seller only on the request of the customer. Number 2, these goods can be identified, this spare can be identified separately. Answer is yes. Furthermore, the entity store the spare part in a separate section of its warehouse and the parts are ready for immediate shipment at the customer request. जब भी customer आएगा, parts separate रखे हुए तुरंत मिल जाएंगे. Third condition is also satisfied. It is immediately available for delivery. The entity expects to hold the spare parts for 2 to 4 years and the entity does not have the ability to use the spare parts or direct them to another customer. The entity is holding these spare parts for 2 to 4 years. The entity is expecting that. And entity does not have any alternative use to these spare parts. How will the company recognize revenue for sale of machine and spare parts? Is there any other performance obligation attached to the sale of goods? Tell me. The company is keeping this for 2 to 4 years. Friends, in this case, the company is also giving the custodial service for storing spare parts. In the facts provided above, the entity has made sale of 2 goods, machine and spare parts, right? Machine and spare parts, whose control is transferred at a point in time. Additionally, company agrees to hold the spare parts to the customer for a period of 2 to 4 years, which is a separate performance obligation. Therefore, total transaction price shall be divided among 3 performance obligations: sale of machine, at a point in time, sale of a spare part at a point in time, custodial service for over a period of time. Recognition of revenue for each of three performance obligations shall occur as follows. Sale of machine at a point in time, 31st March 2003. Sale of spare part at a point in time, 31st March 2003. But custodian service, the custodian service shall be given for a period of 2 to 4 years from 31st March 2003, where services are given uniformly and customer receives and consume the benefit simultaneously. Sir, if the supplier has not demanded additional money, अगर एडिशनल मनी डिमांड करता कस्टडी सर्विस की फिर तो बहुत इजी था, फिर तो कस्टडी सर्विस का स्टैंडअलोन सेलिंग प्राइस वाज बिकम अवेलेबल. बट if the supplier has not demanded the additional money from the customer, what does it mean? And the supplier is ready to hold these spare parts for a period of 2 to 4 years. What does it mean? It means supplier is providing the custodian service not free of cost. The price has already inbuilt in the transaction price. So this money has to be allocated between the sale of machine, sale of spare parts, and custodian service, right? On the custodian service. Sir, if how this standalone selling price will be determined for custodian service, for example, the entity is paying a rent to the warehouse for rupees 10,000 per month, okay? And the kind of the spare parts, these are the big spare parts, it took around 10% of the space. So what is the cost which is allocated for keeping the spare parts of this customer? 10% of 10,000, 1,000, 1,000. For example, the company used to take a margin of 10% on every goods and services. So 1,000 is the cost, 10% is the margin. So what is the price? 1,100. So 1,100 is the standalone selling price of the custodial service on a monthly basis. I hope it is clear to all of you. Now you guys know if standalone selling price is determinable, then how this transaction price is going to be allocated. And now we have also understood how revenue is recognized when control is transferred. When control is transferred at a point in time or over a period of time. When over a period of time, when three conditions will be there. Out of three conditions, if any one condition has been satisfied, it is said that control has been transferred over a period of time. So now you guys know everything about this, correct? You guys are aware about everything relating to this, correct? So friends, we understood that when you recognize revenue, it has to be shown separately as a revenue, okay? Then you have to show if it is a deferred revenue like loyalty points, discount voucher, deferred revenue, you have to show as a contract liability. If you have received the money in advance, you have to show it as a contract asset, right? So these are the items, these are the wordings nomenclature which you will heard in this kind of standard, right? So friends, I have completed the major aspect of IND AS 115. Now I will discuss service concession arrangement. The another one aspect. Ayush is asking, sir, for recognition, do we need to take 2 years or 4 years, or we can take assumption? Ayush, generally you can take the assumption. For example, you'll discuss with customer that for what period generally, what is the estimated period for which you want me to keep your stock, keep your spare parts. The customer told 2 to 4 years generally. So the entity can take assumption of average assumption of 3 years, 2 to 4, 2 plus 4 divided by 2, 3 years, right? वो एजम्पशन होगी 2 साल भी ले सकते हैं, 3 साल भी ले सकते हैं, 4 साल भी ले सकते हैं. दैट इज द बेस्ट एजम्पशन, बेस्ट एस्टिमेट. ओके, इज दैट क्लियर? एनी क्वेश्चन ऑन बिल एंड होल्ड अरेंजमेंट? एनी क्वेश्चन? Friends, now let's discuss service concession arrangement. Friends, before Indian accounting standard, before IND AS, there was no any concept of service concession arrangement. Friends, can you give me just 2 minutes? Can you just give me 2 minutes? service concession arrangement. What is service concession arrangement? Right. Appendix C. So students, first of all, let me tell you how this standards are structured, right? When you read IND AS 115 standard, so what happens? First, there is a standard. So we have completed the standard. You can see, thank you slide is there. After that, this appendix come, right? Then after the standard, so globally our IND AS are the converged version of IFRS. You all are aware? हमारे जो IND AS है वो कहाँ से आए हैं? IFRS से आए हैं, इंटरनेशनल फाइनेंशियल रिपोर्टिंग स्टैंडर्ड से आए हैं. So globally, when the standard was issued, it was IFRS 15, right? Then some clarification was inserted in the standard, some clarification. For example, the accounting of service concession arrangement was not there in IFRS 15. So many stakeholders have requested International Accounting Standard Board that Mr. Board, please provide some accounting, accounting principles for revenue accounting in case of service concession arrangement. Then that International Accounting Standard Board has told, okay, I am not changing my standard. I am not modifying my standard. I can give you the accounting of service concession arrangement as a annexer to the IFRS 15. As an annexer to the IFRS 15 means in a form of the separate interpretation. So what we did in India, when we drafted, when we notified IND AS 115, so we have also provided the revenue accounting of service concession arrangement as an annexer to IND AS 115. What is the name of this annexer? The name of this annexer is Appendix C, which is service concession arrangement. Is that right? This Appendix C is part and parcel of IND AS 115. Examination में you remember जब आप copies लेते हो पहले आपको एक answer sheet मिलती है. When that answer sheet will get over, you will take another answer sheet. Then at the end, you will tie both the answer sheets. किसी ने लिए एग्जाम में आंसर सीट, सेपरेट आंसर सीट? कितने लोगों ने लिए? Tell me yes on the comment box, on the chat box. How many of you have taken additional answer sheets? कितने लोगों ने लिए? पूजा, जिनी, सानिया, निशा, अब्रकेश. Yes, so many of you, Dhanya, right? So many of you must have taken additional answer sheet lot of times, Sanya is saying. So what is that? That is annexer, that is an additional answer sheet to the main answer sheet. और पहली आंसर शीट तो सबको मिलती है. ओके, उसके पेज भी ज्यादा होते हैं पहली आंसर शीट के, उसके सप्लीमेंट्री आंसर शीट्स होती हैं, करेक्ट? So this guidance is again supplementary to IFRS 15. I mean to say annexer to IFRS 15. This is like an appendix, and hence it is given in appendix. Okay. So Ayush, appendix are part of IND AS 115. Not to worry, in this appendix there is no any guidance which is deviating from IFRS 15. The only thing is, instead of putting this inside of IND AS 115, we have kept this with IND AS 115. बस इतना ही फर्क है, इतना ही फर्क है. ठीक है. So आयुष, आप एक सोसाइटी में रहते हो, एक लक्ष्मी नगर की एक सोसाइटी है, हाई राइज बिल्डिंग, उसमें रहते हो. यू हैव थ्री रूम हाउस. योर फ्रेंड केम टू टेक अ कोचिंग इन दिल्ली. सो आपने उस फ्रेंड को अपने घर में रखने के बजाय साथ में एक कमरा था, आपने साथ में कमरा दिला दिया. उसी फ्लोर पे है, सब कुछ वही है, सब कुछ सेम है, बस कमरा अलग से है. सो वैसे ही अपेंडिक्स अलग से है, सारी गाइडेंस सेम है. ओके. नाउ लेट्स अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट इज सर्विस कंसेशन अरेंजमेंट. व्हाट इज सर्विस कंसेशन अरेंजमेंट? ओके, सर्विस कंसेशन अरेंजमेंट. Is that clear? What is service concession arrangement? Whether anyone who knows what is service concession arrangement? So Ayush is again saying, can we as an entity deviate for the sake of better reporting? So Ayush, just to answer your question, this answer is given in IND AS 1, right? And this is a general answer. IND AS 1 says that if compliance of a standard is misleading, if a compliance of a standard will detract the result of the entity, detract the result मतलब सही picture नहीं दिखा रही हो. If the compliance of standard is not able to show the results in a reliable manner, in that case the entity can deviate the compliance from the standard. But for that, the entity has to disclose this fact in the notes to accounts, that why the entity has deviated, what was the reason, right? So for which part of compliance from the standard this entity has deviated. So entity can, provided it has to provide a more faithful picture, more relevant and reliable picture, and it is allowed due to some regulators, some regulatory requirement. It is important not to apply that guidance of the standard. तो कर सकते हैं, बट उसका फिर डिस्क्लोजर डालना पड़ेगा एज पर इंड एस 1. ओके ओके यस फ्रेंड्स, अब हम आ जाएं इंड एस 115 पे. कैन वी डिस्कस इंड एस 115? सर्विस कंसेशन अरेंजमेंट. What is a service concession arrangement? In nowadays, have you visited Mumbai airport? Have you visited Delhi airport? ये एयरपोर्ट किसके होते हैं? Whether these airports are belong to government or private parties. Whether these airports are belong to government, whether these are government properties or private party properties. Government. Sania, who has told you that the airports are private parties airports? The airport belongs to airport authority. Airport authority. It is a government property. But who is maintaining? Who is maintaining these airports? For example, Delhi airport is maintained by GMR for 30 years. Mumbai airport is maintained by Adani for 30 years. So what does it mean? It means since the government does not have, enough money, enough funds to develop the infrastructure, so government invites private parties to build or to operate the infrastructure, okay. Zini is saying, sir, Ahmedabad airport is also maintained by Adani. You are right, Zini. Okay. So friends, service concession arrangement is an arrangement where the government, the public entity, the government entity provides a contract, entered into a contract with a private party to develop, to maintain, to operate, to upgrade the public infrastructure for providing the public services, right? गवर्नमेंट के पास पैसा नहीं है. गवर्नमेंट ने बोला अंबानीज को, रिलायंस को, अदानी को कि आप इस एयरपोर्ट को डेवलप कीजिए, आप इस एयरपोर्ट को मेंटेन कीजिए, इस एयरपोर्ट का पूरा रनवे मेंटेन कीजिए, इस एयरपोर्ट की बिल्डिंग को आप मेंटेन कीजिए, राइट? यू हैव टू मेंटेन दिस एयरपोर्ट फॉर 30 years. Adani told, what is my benefit for maintaining? I have to put my employees on this. I have to put some capex, some opex, but what is the benefit to me? Government told not to worry. So all these you must have seen on the airport. There is a cafe, coffee day, Costa, Starbucks, right? There is a outlet of Hamleys, okay? There is a Haldiram, there is a Bikaner Wala, okay? So there are so many outlets are there. There are so many counters of airlines are there. So all these are paying rentals. So government told not to worry, you will get these rentals. Okay. So whatever revenue which is generated from the airport, you have to keep those revenues, right? You just need to do some revenue sharing. You have to share around 10-20%. Rest you can keep it with you for next 30 years. Right? Another example. The government has to build Delhi Yamuna Expressway. Have you heard about Yamuna Expressway, Delhi to Agra? It is a very, very fantastic road, expressway, right? Non-stop. So JP Associates, it was a big company at a point in time, but now this company become insolvent. So JP Associates, government has given a contract to JP Associates to develop this expressway for 200 kilometers. So JP Expressway has spent thousands of crores in developing these roads right? But what JP got? But what is the benefit to JP? So government told that, there are 3 toll plaza between Noida to Agra. There are 3 toll plaza. And whenever you go from Delhi to Agra, you have to pay a toll from one side, approx 400 rupees. So government told JP that for the next 20-30 years, you can collect toll from all the cars which will pass from which will run on this road, right? So this is the revenue mechanism which JP will be having, right? So friends, service concession arrangement are those arrangements where one party is a government party, another party is a private party, okay? And the government entity is known as a grantor and the private party is known as a operator, okay? So this government party grantor enters into a contract with the operator, which is always a private party, to develop, to maintain, to upgrade the public infrastructure, right? Or to maintain the public infrastructure for providing the services to the public. Have you heard about AIMS? AIMS, All India Medical Service. AIMS is in Delhi. But now there are a lot of AIMS which were opening in a lot of states, right? It's a government hospital. It's one of the very, I would say, very, very fantastic, very blue chip and very experienced kind of a hospital. So now government wants to improve the medical facility. Government wants to open a lot of AIMS, because when you go to Delhi AIMS, you will find the kind of a crowd for the patients. It is like, I would say it is like just a street. There are thousands of patients who are sitting on the roads or who are in the vicinity of that area just for waiting the numbers to come. Okay. So government wants to open a lot of AIMS. So government entered into a contract with the private parties that please construct the medical facility, building infrastructure for us, and whatever money we will collect from the OPD for the next 10 years, the money goes to you, for example, right? The money goes to you. So while it is regulated by the government, but whatever revenue collection will be there, it will belongs to the private party. Friends, have you understood the concept? Yeah, service concession arrangement. Now the question comes, sir, in case of a service concession arrangement, how this entity, how this operator will recognize the revenue? How this operator will recognize the revenue? Okay. How the operator will recognize the revenue? Okay. These are some examples. I hope after looking at these pictures, you are able to understand the service concession arrangements. Yes. This is the theory which I have already explained. This is written in English, right? Again, definition of service concession arrangement, same which I have explained, right? So this appendix, this guidance talks about how the accounting has to happen in the books of operator. How this revenue accounting has to happen in the books of operator, right? So friends, the government has given a road. Road means area to the private party. Okay. This private party has to build that expressway and return back to the government after 20 years. Whether this infrastructure belongs to government or belongs to private party. Government party, right? So this private party cannot recognize this toll building or the expressway as a property, plant and equipment in its books of accounts, right? Because the right does not, because it is a right which is given to the private party to operate, to build, to maintain. But this entire infrastructure can be used by the public. Okay. The private party cannot tell that, okay, you are not allowed to, run on this road. You cannot run your vehicle on this road. The private party cannot stop anyone. Okay. So these contracts are always from the government and between the private parties, government and private parties. Correct. So the private party cannot recognize PPE for the assets infrastructure which is given by the government to the private party. Friends, now there are two kinds of services which this entity is providing: construction services and operation services. For example, government told you need to build this medical, you need to build this this medical building, hospital building. So first the entity is providing the construction service. The entity is constructing the hospital. Then government told you need to maintain this hospital building. You need to maintain also small repairs and maintenance, right? Then you have to maintain the patient's queue, doctor's cabin, this, that. So you have to maintain also. आपने एयरपोर्ट पे देखा होगा ना, if you have used the washroom, so every time the washroom is very clean, although it is a public washroom, but it will always clean. I'm not talking about 1 or 2 times, but if you guys are a frequent flyer, you must have seen these washrooms in airports are absolutely neat and clean. Why? Because Adani, because GMR or some other private players are maintaining those airports, right? So they have people deployed there, and these people are responsible for cleaning the washroom at every regular interval, say 15-30 minutes, 15-20 minutes. Okay. So friends, either that private player has to construct or upgrade. Okay. In that case, the company has to recognize revenue and cost relating to construction or upgrade service. Okay. कि कंस्ट्रक्शन तो कर दिया पर मिलेगा क्या? कंस्ट्रक्शन तो आज कर दी, बट मिलेगा क्या? अगले 10 साल तक का रेवेन्यू मिलेगा, अगले 10 साल तक का, राइट? एंड इट इज नॉट अ पीपी. So what I will recognize, I have to recognize the cost of construction and I have to recognize my revenue. Sir, but revenue तो आज मिलेगा नहीं. So it means I have to recognize an asset. कौन सा asset? कौन सा asset? Either it will be a financial asset or it will be a intangible asset. Yes. So friends, consideration received or receivable by the operator shall be recognized at its fair value. For example, today I am constructing a hospital building. Today I am constructing a road. For example, XYZ Private Limited. This entity is constructing 200 kilometers of road. Contract period is 20 years. Contract period is 20 years, right? So in that case, the government told that I'll not pay you anything. I'll not pay you anything. You can collect a toll. Okay, for next 30 years. The entity is expecting that, okay, by collecting a toll, I will be able to earn a revenue of, for example, 250 crores, right? Okay, 250 crores. And today I'm incurring a cost of, let's say, 150 crores for development of this road and toll plaza and toll building. So friends, this money the entity is going to receive after in the period of next 20 years. So friends, the company has to recognize the revenue. So how the company will recognize the revenue? So the company has to recognize the revenue on the basis of consideration received or receivable in future at the fair value. The fair value is 250 crores. So the company will credit revenue by 250 crores. But what the company will debit? Whether the company will debit government को तो पैसा देना ही नहीं है. Whether the company will debit customer तो पैसा अभी देंगे नहीं, वो तो फ्यूचर में आएगा. राइट ही नहीं है लेने का. So friends, the company will recognize the asset, either financial asset or intangible asset, depending upon the rights the company is having, on the consideration. If the government has told that I am giving you a right to collect the toll, doesn't matter if it is 1 crore or 1,000 crore. मुझे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता अगर रोज आपकी कलेक्शन 1 करोड़ हो या 1000 करोड़ हो, सारा का सारा पैसा आपका. So it means there is no right to fixed amount of cash. There is a right which is given to the company for collecting. So it is an intangible asset. But if the government will tell you not to worry, I will give you a commitment of 1 lakh rupees of collection every day. If you will collect 90,000 rupees, I will compensate with 10,000 rupees. If you collect 1,25,000 rupees, you have to pay me back 25,000 rupees. So in this case, there is a right to receive cash for 1 lakh rupees for every day for the next 20 years. So it will be considered as a financial asset, because financial asset is an asset where there is a contractual right to receive cash. Intangible asset is an asset whenever there is a right to receive the future economic benefit is there. Okay. So friends, आप रेवेन्यू कैसे रिकॉग्नाइज करोगे? कंसिडरेशन की फेयर वैल्यू पे करोगे। रिसीवेबल क्या होगा? योर रिसीवेबल विल बी ईदर फाइनेंशियल एसेट और इंटेंजिबल एसेट depending upon the rights to consideration. If the government has given you a right to collect, then it is an intangible asset. If the government is committing you with some money, then it is a financial asset. Friends, if the question will come in exam, right? So there is a one question in study material. If the question will come, the question will be like this only. So I am explaining the further part with the help of this question, right? With the help of this question. Can we discuss the question? Can we discuss the question, friends? And after that, this standard will get completed completely. A Limited is in the business of the infrastructure and has two divisions under the same: toll roads and wind power. The brief details of this business and underlying project details are as follows. So A Limited is in the business of infra and has two divisions under the same: toll road and wind power. The brief detail of these business and underlying project detail are as follows. Bhilwara Jabalpur toll project. Bhilwara Jabalpur toll project. The company has commenced the construction of the project in the current year and has incurred total expenses aggregating to rupees 50 crore as on 31st December 2001. The company has commenced the construction of the project in the current year and has incurred total expenses aggregating to rupees 50 crore as on 31st December 2001. Okay, कितना expense हुआ total construction पे अभी तक? 50 crore. Under IGAP, the company has recorded such expenses as intangible asset in the books of accounts. The brief details of the concession agreement are as follows. Forget about IGAP. Forget about IGAP. Just talk about India. The brief detail of the concession agreement are as follows. Total expenses estimated to be incurred on the project is 100 crore. So what is the cost of the construction? 100 crore. What is the fair value of the consideration services? The cost, expected budgeted cost is 100 crore. But if someone has to give this service, the fair value of the construction service is 110 crores. Okay. Total cash flow guaranteed by the government. Total cash flow guaranteed by the government under the concession agreement is 200 crores. Total cash flow guaranteed. What is meant by this guaranteed? ये जो कंपनी कंस्ट्रक्शन सर्विस कर रही है, कंपनी को फ्यूचर में फायदा क्या होगा? गवर्नमेंट से पैसा मिलेगा, या तो पब्लिक से मिलेगा या गवर्नमेंट कमिटमेंट देगी. यहां पर हु हैज कमिटेड, हु हैज गारंटीड द कैश फ्लो टू द कंपनी? हु हैज गारंटीड, फ्रेंड्स? हु हैज गारंटीड इन दिस केस? गवर्नमेंट. गवर्नमेंट. It means whether the right to collect is there or right to receive fixed amount of money is there, fixed amount of consideration is there. So is it a financial asset or is it an intangible asset? It is a financial asset. So the right to receive is a financial asset. The consideration receivable is a financial asset. Total cash flow guaranteed by the government under the concession agreement is 200 crores. Finance revenue over the period of operation phase is 15 crore. Other income related to the service provided during the operation phase. Other income relates to the services provided during the operation phase. Friends, in this case, on the day one, the revenue has to be recognized on the basis of consideration received or receivable, right? So you have to recognize the revenue. You have to recognize the revenue in this case or not? आपको रेवेन्यू तो रिकॉग्नाइज करना पड़ेगा ना इस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट के अंदर. यस. सो फाइनेंशियल एसेट, यू विल डेबिट द फाइनेंशियल एसेट, बट व्हाट विल यू क्रेडिट? आप फाइनेंशियल एसेट तो डेबिट करोगे, बट क्रेडिट क्या करोगे? व्हाट यू विल क्रेडिट? व्हाट यू विल क्रेडिट? व्हाट यू आर गोइंग टू क्रेडिट? Financial asset account debit to construction revenue. So let me take this question on the Excel file. Please confirm if my Excel file is visible. What was the illustration number? What was the illustration number? The illustration number was 75. Illustration number 75. I hope my Excel file is visible to all of you. I hope it is visible, friends. Whether my Excel file is visible. Illustration number 75. This illustration will complete your concept on service concession arrangement. And if the question will come in exam, the question will be like this only. Illustration number 75 of ICAI study material. Service concession arrangement. Revenue recognition in the books of operator. Right? Private party. Rajat is asking, sir, by when you will conclude the class? In 20 minutes, by 11 a.m. Right? So today is the last class, Rajat. Revenue recognition. Now, what is given in the question? In the question, in case of this question, the project is Bhilwara Jabalpur toll project. Bhilwara Jabalpur toll project. Accounting treatment in case of Bhilwara Jabalpur toll project. In this case, the entity has a contractual right to receive consideration in future. Hence, financial asset will be recognized. Okay, financial asset will be recognized. So what is the accounting entry? Financial on the day one. During construction period, what is the accounting entry? During the construction period, what is accounting entry? During construction period. What is accounting entry? Financial asset account debit to revenue. Financial asset account debit to revenue, construction revenue, right? To construction revenue. By what amount? To revenue from construction. This is one performance obligation. To construct is one performance obligation. Kiss value पे? On the fair value of the consideration received or receivable. What was the fair value? It is given in the question. So revenue recognized on the fair value of the consideration receivable. Okay. Is that clear? Then cost of construction is also given. So you need to recognize cost of construction also. Cost of construction account debit. So you need to recognize cost also, na? Debit to bank or to cash or to payable. Credit. This is given at 100 crores. You remember? लिखा था ना वहाँ पे 100 crore is the cost of the construction. Cost recognized. Revenue recognize करोगे तो cost भी तो recognize करोगे. Cost recognized, right? During construction period. Now, what happens? Now, it is a financial asset. Whenever the company will receive, so how the company will recognize the government will pay 200 crores. Government 200 crore pay करेगी. Government will pay 200 crores. Okay. So government will pay 200 crores. तो बचा हुआ किस चीज का रेवेन्यू है? सिग्निफिकेंट फाइनेंसिंग कंपोनेंट है. आज मैं 150 करोड़ लगा रहा हूं, आज मैं 110 करोड़ लगा रहा हूं, एंड आफ्टर दैट आई विल रिसीव व्हाट? इंटरेस्ट इनकम ऑन द फाइनेंशियल एसेट. So what is written in the question? In the question it is written that the finance revenue over the period, over the operation phase is 15 crore. Over the operation phase. Okay. Other income relates to the services provided during the operation phase. Right. Means 75 crore relating to the operation phase. 15 crore is a finance revenue. Right. 15 crore is a finance revenue. So What is the accounting entry? Then finance revenue. What is the accounting entry for finance revenue? Financial asset account debit. Financial asset account debit to revenue from what? To revenue from finance income. So it is a to not revenue from finance income to finance income. फाइनेंशियल एसेट पे आपको फाइनेंस इनकम आएगी ना 15 करोड़ 15 करोड़ एंड during operation phase this is finance revenue. Now during operation phase financial asset account debit to what? To revenue from operations. Credit. What is the remaining? So the government will pay 200 crores, 100 crores, 110 as a financial asset, 15 crore as a finance income. Okay. So remaining is the revenue from the operation phase. It is written in the question. Then the next entry will be bank account debit to financial asset. How much? This financial asset will nullify when the company will pay 110 plus 15 plus 75 and the money will come in the bank account. Whether this entry is clear? It is clear or not clear? Is it clear? Yeah. Now coming to the question number 2. The part 2. Kolhapur-Nagpur Expressway. The company has also entered into another concession agreement with Government of Maharashtra in the current year. Which is Kolhapur-Nagpur Expressway, right? In that case, what this company has done, the company has also entered into another concession agreement. The construction cost of the said project will be 110 crore. The construction cost. Fair value of such construction cost is 200 crores. ऊपर कितनी थी? 110 थी या 200 हो गई. The said concession agreement is toll-based project and the company needs to collect the toll from the user of the expressway. Right? यहाँ पर गारंटी नहीं है, यहाँ पर टोल का राइट दिया है. What to do? What to do here? Friends, instead of financial asset, it will become an intangible asset. Instead of financial asset, it will become intangible asset. It will become intangible asset, right? It will become intangible asset. So what is the accounting? Let me show you the accounting entry. During construction, cost of construction 110, intangible asset, you know, the fair value of the consideration received or receivable is 200 crores. So intangible asset is debited instead of financial asset to revenue also, cost 110. During the operation phase, there is no interest income. Why? Because this is an intangible asset. Finance income comes on the financial asset. Then you have to do the amortization over the period, amortization expense to intangible asset over the period of operations. Bank account debit to revenue, right? Then whenever the entity is collecting, the entity will debit the bank and credit the revenue. Okay. क्या होगा? इंटेंजिबल एसेट की अमोर्टाइजेशन का कॉस्ट आता रहेगा ऑपरेशन पीरियड में, डेप्रिसिएशन आता रहेगा और ऊपर रेवेन्यू आता रहेगा. करेक्ट? क्लियर? Is that clear? So friends, tell me, Appendix C to IND AS 115 is applicable for accounting of service concession agreement in the books of whom? In the books of grantor, operator, both A and B, neither A or B. In whose books? Operator. B is the right answer. As per guidance given by this appendix, the infrastructure asset for which right to access has been given by the grantor to operator shall not be recognized at what? Financial intangible PP. PP in the books of the operator. So thank you, friends. With this, I have completed the entire 5 steps. And the bill and hold arrangement and service concession arrangement accounting in the books of the operator, right? So now if you have any question, would be happy to answer. So Ginny is asking, sir, in schedule today there was a lecture of Silpa ma'am for IND AS 2. For then whose class will be of tomorrow? So Ginny, now IND AS 2 will be deferred at a later date. I will take IND AS 2, not tomorrow. So it will be at a later date, right? So, okay. So Pooja, please unmute yourself and ask question, whatever you have.
Sir, in this illustration number 75, there was a line in the question that under IGAP, has recorded such expenses as intangible asset in the books in Bhilwara and Jabalpur project. सर उसमें तो हमने ये डिसाइड किया था कि वो इंटेंजिबल एसेट नहीं होगा, वो फाइनेंशियल एसेट होगा, और यहाँ क्वेश्चन में बताया कि कंपनी ने उसको रिकॉर्ड किया है एज इंटेंजिबल एसेट. तो इस लाइन का हमको क्या यूज करना है?
Pooja, that line is given to confuse you. Are you reading IND AS or you are reading IGAP? आप अकाउंटिंग स्टैंडर्ड पढ़ रहे हो या IND AS पढ़ रहे हो? IND AS पढ़ रहे हो, right? So in accounting standard, which is known as IGAP, this service concession agreement guidance was not available. So companies were doing the accounting as per their own whims and fancies. कोई गाइडेंस अगर नहीं होगा तो आप क्या करोगे? आप अपने अकॉर्डिंग आपको जैसा सूट करेगा आप वैसी अकाउंटिंग करोगे, राइट? फॉर एग्जाम्पल, इफ द क्वेश्चन विल कम आउट ऑफ सिलेबस इन द एग्जामिनेशन, एवरीवन विल गेट द मार्क्स, राइट? क्यों? क्योंकि किसी ने पढ़ा नहीं है, आउट ऑफ सिलेबस है. सो लाइकवाइज जब कोई चीज गाइडेंस ही नहीं था तो कोई कुछ भी अकाउंटिंग करता था. सो दिस लाइन इज जस्ट गिवन टू कंफ्यूज यू. देयर इज नो यूज.
तो इसका मतलब हमको ऐसा कोई रेक्टिफिकेशन एंट्रीज वगैरह भी पास करने के लिए क्वेश्चन में पूछा नहीं?
यस, यू आर राइट, यू आर राइट. अगर इसमें पूछा होता कि द कंपनी हैज ऑलरेडी रिकॉर्डेड दिस एट इंटेंजिबल एसेट, तो आप क्या करते? उसको रिवर्स करके फाइनेंशियल एसेट को रिकॉर्ड करते, राइट? अब उसको रेक्टिफाई करते, तो वहां पर फिर और फैक्ट्स आपको दिए होते. यहाँ पर सिर्फ कंफ्यूज करने के लिए बोल दिया कि आईगैप में इंटेंजिबल एसेट रिकॉर्ड किया था. आप बोलो अंडर IND AS 115 the guidance which is given under service concession arrangement, since the consideration is guaranteed by the government, hence the right to receive is more like a financial asset. So whatever revenue the company will recognize on the basis of fair value of consideration receivable, financial asset will be debited and revenue will be credited. Correct? तो आपको ऐसे लिखना है.
सर एक और डाउट था.
Yes.
जैसे हमने एक टॉपिक कवर किया था जिसमें हम कंसिडरेशन पेएबल टू कस्टमर अगर होता है और गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज इफ दे आर रिसीव्ड दे आर डिस्टिंक्ट इन नेचर, तो हमने उनकी ट्रीटमेंट देखी थी. लेकिन मॉड्यूल में एक और पॉइंट आया है जिसमें रीपर्चेस अरेंजमेंट दिखाया है. तो ये दो पॉइंट अलग अलग देने का रीजन क्या है?
सॉरी, किसमें?
रीपर्चेस अरेंजमेंट करके एक और पॉइंट मॉड्यूल में आया है.
Repurchase, yes, repurchase arrangement. So in bits and pieces we have already covered this repurchase arrangement. So repurchase arrangement, let me tell you क्या होता है. For example, Pooja, I have sold you a car, right?
Okay.
For rupees 10 lakh. तो मैंने बोला कि पूजा, मैंने आपको एक कार बेची 10 लाख रुपए में. Okay? So performance obligation has been transferred at a point in time, right? So you have paid me 10 lakh rupees. So at the same time मैंने आपके साथ एक एग्रीमेंट कर लिया फॉर रीपर्चेजिंग दिस कार आफ्टर 5 years. ओके, मैंने बोला कि पूजा मैंने आपसे ये कार 5 साल के बाद खरीद लूंगा एंड आई विल पे यू 11 लाख रुपीज. राइट नाउ यू आर पेइंग मी 10 लाख रुपीज. आई विल पे यू 11 लाख रुपीज आफ्टर 5 years. और मैंने आपको कार दे दी, मैं 5 साल के बाद कार वापस ले लूंगा. सो व्हाट इज द सब्सटेंस ऑफ दिस ट्रांजेक्शन? डू यू थिंक दैट आई हैव सोल्ड द कार, और डू यू थिंक मैंने आपसे लोन लिया 10 लाख रुपए और 5 साल के बाद मैं आपको 11 लाख रुपए दूंगा और बदले में मैंने आपको कार एज अ सिक्योरिटी दी है? सो गोइंग बाय द सब्सटेंस, इज इट अ सेल ट्रांजेक्शन और इज इट अ काइंड ऑफ अ लोन अरेंजमेंट?
तो मतलब फाइनेंसिंग कंपोनेंट के हिसाब से देखना है.
यस. तो इस केस में क्या होगा, मैं एंट्री क्या पास करूंगा? बैंक अकाउंट डेबिट 10 लाख रुपीज टू पूजाज अकाउंट, मीन्स टू लोन अकाउंट. ओके, जब मैं आपको फिर मुझे 1 लाख रुपए ज्यादा वापस करने हैं, दिस 1 लाख रुपीज हैज टू बी recognized as an interest over the period of 5 years. So every year I have to pass an entry, interest expense account debit to loan account, to Pooja's account. Okay. So after 5 years, Pooja will be credited by 11 lakh rupees, right? Then I will debit Pooja's account or loan account by 11 lakh rupees to bank. वापिस कर दूंगा 11 लाख रुपीस. और अपनी कार वापस ले आऊंगा. So this is a repurchase agreement. In case of a repurchase agreement, if the supplier has a right to repurchase, if the supplier has a call option, the supplier has a forward agreement, in that case, you have to see the substance of the transaction. And in that case, it will be treated as a loan arrangement. दूसरा एग्जाम्पल, मैंने पूजा को कार दी और 10 लाख रुपए ले लिए. 5 साल के बाद मैं पूजा से कार वापस ले लूंगा और मैं 9 लाख रुपए वापस दूंगा. आई विल पे 9 लाख रुपीस. आई विल पे 9 लाख रुपीस बैक. मतलब मैंने 10 लाख रुपए लिए पर वापस 9 लाख रुपए दूंगा. 1 लाख रुपए कम क्यों दूंगा? लिए तो 10 लाख रुपए. इसका मतलब मैंने पूजा को यूज करने के लिए कार दी है. इसका मतलब मैंने उसको लीज पे दी है. सिंस पूजा इज यूजिंग माई कार, it means 1 lakh is the cost of the car which is used by the Puja, which is used by Puja. It means it is like a lease income. Correct?
जी.
Correct. तो इस केस में क्या होगा? इस केस में मैं रेवेन्यू रिकॉग्नाइज नहीं करूंगा 10 लाख रुपए का. इस केस में पूजा ने मुझे 10 लाख रुपए एज अ सिक्योरिटी दिया, उसमें से 1 लाख रुपए तो लीज इनकम है जो मैं 5 साल में रिकॉग्नाइज करूंगा, और 9 लाख रुपए जब वो मुझे कार वापस करेगी, 9 लाख रुपए मैं उसको वापस कर दूंगा. Understood? So this is the concept of repurchase agreement. I hope everyone is able to understand that. Correct?
सर, अगर कार की जगह पे कोई और गुड्स एंड सर्विस अगर मुझे उससे मिल रही है तो
भी वही बात है ना. रीपर्चेज के केस में कार इज एन एग्जांपल, यू कैन टेक एनी अदर गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज. सर अगर मुझे पेरिशेबल गुड्स मिल रहा है, अब पेरिशेबल गुड्स तो वापस आ ही नहीं सकता ना, फिर तो रेवेन्यू रिकॉग्नाइज करना ही पड़ेगा. इट इज एज गुड एज सेल. So you need to just look at the substance. Okay?
जी सर.
Yes, Abrakes, over to you. Yes, Abrakes, over to you. Abrakes, can you please unmute yourself and please raise your question because you have raised the hand. Okay. Any other participant? Any other participant? If there is no any question, then
So,
can I take... Sorry.
So how much we have two questions if
So
anyone?
Raj, honestly, I will not be able to solve right now because I have to solve one question which I have committed to Nisha yesterday. Okay.
Yeah.
Nisha, are you there? Nisha, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here, sir.
So should I solve that question for you, Nisha?
Yes, sir. Please, sir.
So you have sent me the solution for that, and even I have responded to you as well, right?
Yes,
Correct?
sir. Exactly, sir.
Yes. So
Yes, sir.
Nisha, it was illustration number 39, correct?
39. Yes, sir.
So let me open that illustration for everyone so that the other participants can also be able to understand that question. It was question number 39. So allow me a minute. Let me open that illustration. Okay. So Nisha, yesterday, I have responded to your email and I have seen the way you have, solved that question. So logically, it was not correct. So let me solve that question. Then I will be able to comment that whether institute answer is correct or not. But the logic which you are applying, that was not correct. So you will be able to understand when I'll solve this question, right?
Sure, sir.
So illustration number 39. Yes.
So I have solved that question, but the thing is, I can't solve it from calculator. Like I have solved it from online calculator. They directly give me the answer which matches with the institute. But calculator, I can't.
So understood. So Raj, just allow me to solve this question. Yes. So students, I hope this study material is visible to all of you.
Yes.
In this case, if you will see, so I am talking about case B. Case A is pretty simple. Let's talk about case B. Okay. So this company has sold the equipment, and the price of the price stated in the contract is 1 crore plus some interest, right? And this amount is required to be payable in 60-month installments of 2,12,470. ट्रांजैक्शन प्राइस कितना दिया है? 1 करोड़ का दिया है. ओके. और इंस्टॉलमेंट कितनी पे होनी है? 60 इंस्टॉलमेंट 2,12,470. और जो डिस्काउंट रेट दिया है वो 14% का दिया है. ओके. सो लेट्स गो टू द एक्सेल फाइल. एक्सेल फाइल विजिबल है ना? इज इट विजिबल?
Yes.
Illustration 39. Contract price or transaction price? Contract price 1 crore. What is my number of installments? 60. What is my monthly installment? 2,12,000.
Yes, sir.
740 और 470 कितना है? 470. 2,12,470. What is my rate of interest? 14% monthly or annually?
Annual.
Annually. Consideration I have. So for 60 months, okay. For 60 months. What is the monthly installment I need to pay? Monthly installment I need to pay is 2,12,000. 2,12,470. Right? 212,470. So in 60 installment, the total money which I have to pay is, which as an entity I have to receive and the customer has to pay, is 1,27,48,200. So Nisha, first of all, this amount is monthly amount. This is not an annual amount. While the rate of interest given is 14% per annum. So first of all, I have to compute the monthly rate of interest. What is the monthly rate? What is the monthly rate? How will I compute the monthly rate of interest?
Well, 14 divided by
14 divided by 12. 14%. 14% divided by 12. It comes out at how much percent? It comes out at 1.1667%. 1.1667%, right? Let's take it to the 4-digit after decimal. This is my monthly rate of interest. This is my monthly rate of interest. Now I have to compute the present value factor. I have to compute the present value factor, correct? How will I compute the present value factor? 1 divided by 1.01167, right? This is my present value factor, Nisha. Are you okay with this
Yes.
present value factor? मैंने मंथ का
Yes,
रेट
sir.
लगाया है, तब मैंने ईयर का नहीं लगाया, मंथ का लगाया है, करेक्ट? This is my present value
Yes,
factor.
sir.
What is my PV, Nisha? What is my PV?
Monthly installment into present value.
This multiply by this, correct? So let me, this 67, right?
Yes.
About 1 rupee, 2 rupee or 100 rupees. Okay. So 91, 31, 345. 346 is there. So decimal में करेंगे तो वो भी आ जाएगा, rounding off करेंगे तो, ठीक है? So this is the answer.
Yes.
So have you understood, Nisha, where there was an error in the logic? So if you put in Excel, so in the Excel there is a formula for PV also. There is a formula for PV also. What is the formula for PV? So PV is, first of all, you need to put a rate. What is your rate? Rate is 1.11667. This rate is for 60 period, 60 months. And what is your amount which you need to pay? This one. So this is giving you, what is the answer, Nisha? What is the answer?
91 lakhs. 91.31 lakhs. Yes.
So have you got
My
this?
concern was that, yes, sir, the reason I did think about this, but I didn't work it out. But my concern was that the calculation seems very unreasonable in exam point of view, considering we get a question like this for 60 months in our exam. So for me, as that was the reason why I did not consider this angle of it. But thank you so much.
Sure. So friends, now I have to conclude the session because 11:06 now, and I have some other commitment. The session is already spilled over by 1 hour and 5 minutes. So thank you so much. But again, I need to mention that thank you for this session. I hope these 6 sessions of IND AS 115 has given you, enough understanding. If you have any question, like Nisha has shared yesterday night, Nisha has shared one calculation and immediately I have responded her, right, Nisha?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So if you have
Yes,
any,
sir.
if you want a clarity on any question or you want to understand any question, you can write an email to me at caalokgarg@gmail.com. I would be happy to respond or happy to make you guys understand on that question, right? If possible, I will make a call to you as well, right? You can just drop your number over the email. If possible, I will call you. Otherwise, I'll respond you over the email itself. Okay. So thank you so much. Thank you. Bye-bye. Take care. Thank you. Session is over. Yes.